emergency crews are trying to secure that area.
Livingston ISD also posting moments ago that they're in a holding pattern there. Out of an abundance of caution, all campuses are right now locked down in a holding pattern just to ensure student and staff safety there. So no one is going outside. They're limiting any outside air into the facility, so they are sheltering in place there. We're also checking on Shepherd ISD. Let me see if I can pull them up as well. On Alaska ISD, they're also in that area. They're aware of the chemical plant explosion and working closely with emergency management. They're communicating right now with parents to let them know of any changes. But right now, no schools outside of that private school that is really close to this company, Sound Resource Solutions, has been evacuated. They're still operating on normal schedules. Just keep in touch with your school district as they post updates, and they'll let you know if anything changes there, if there are any evacuations.
And this has been going on for more than half an hour now. So we have a crew on the way headed there so we can get a live report from the ground. Also, Sky Fox is headed to that area. We've heard the reports. We're getting in your videos. You can always send those videos to Fox 26 on our social media pages if you see any of that smoke. But yeah, we are working to find out more about if there might be any injuries because of this plant explosion. And of course, keeping an eye on the shelter in place. There were evacuations at one point. We're keeping an eye on all the changes happening, especially when it comes to those schools in that area.
So what can you do right now if you live in San Jacinto County or Polk County? Emergency management is recommending that anyone who lives along Highway 59 from Goodrich to Leggett shelter in place, turn off your HVAC systems in your homes or your businesses immediately to limit any outside air from getting in, as we still don't know what is burning and what caused this explosion, reportedly multiple explosions, according to witnesses who have been posting on social media. They said they heard multiple explosions at this chemical plant, Sound Resource Solutions, on FM 1127. This occurring around 9 a.m. this morning.
All right, so again, we are watching all of the alerts for you. A 5-mile radius of a shelter in place. Again, this is the petroleum processing plant in Shepherd that's been evacuated. The Office of Emergency Management, the San Jacinto one, also the Polk County one, they are keeping an eye on this because this essentially affects both of those areas because of how high and widespread this smoke is. So again, if you are in that area, you're also advised to turn off your HVAC systems and shelter in place at this time. Do not go outside.
I wonder if we can go back to our meteorologist, John Dawson. He was doing a great job of pointing out how on the map how close San Jacinto County and Polk County are to one another. And JD, that smoke is carrying across county lines right now. Is the wind a factor?
Well, you know, it's hard to say specifically how much the wind is contributing because I haven't really seen any live images of the actual, you know, the location where it is. We're observing from a distance with, you know, my radar and some ground observations. So it's hard to know exactly how much that wind would be impacting it. But, you know, anytime that there's wind, that's going to help make a fire stronger or help to make it spread, and help meaning not in a good way, but it's going to intensify things a little bit. The fortunate thing that we're looking at, though, is that it's not strong winds currently that we're looking at. So across our area, we see those 10-mile-an-hour winds, and we'd expect them to perhaps increase as we move through the day. But up closer to where we're looking at this event happening, the Cleveland area is going to be my best source of giving a solid wind speed that we're looking at. So sustained winds are around 9 miles an hour. For the folks over in Conroe, it's a little bit stronger, and you could just see barely a little blip of green here that's right underneath the 59 indicating the road that we're looking at. And what Sally was talking about as far as the location goes, this is Lake Livingston, okay? So we'll get everybody kind of oriented here. This is Lake Livingston, and then the border between Polk County and San Jacinto County is Trinity River, the Trinity River, which is what comes out of the Lake Livingston. So this border right here is the Trinity River. That's also the border between Polk County and San Jacinto County, and that is right to the south. It's technically in San Jacinto County where this location is, but right there on the border between the counties. Now, I've switched to show the wind gusts. So again, sustained winds is normally what we talk about, but you always have those little gusts that are kind of mixed in with it. So the higher gusts that we're looking at in the Cleveland area are again about 16 miles an hour. So it is able to kind of flare up a little bit as far as those winds are concerned. So it's not helping, that's for sure. These are, when you get up over 15 mile an hour sustained winds, I think that's when you really start getting into some problems where the wind contributes to the intensity or the spread. When you keep it down more like 5 to 10, it's not as much of a factor, but it is certainly influencing any of that smoke that gets up in the atmosphere. So I'm going to move forward again and kind of zoom in even more, and then I'm going to show us an hour's worth of data. So typically, I would be using our radar to track rain, right? And typically, the rain moves on the radar because it has some sort of a force that's taking it like a cold front from the west to the southwest. But what we're seeing here is that this is sort of not going anywhere because the source is from the ground. That's the smoke coming up from this location, and then the radar finds it and it shows it. And again, it looks somewhat like rain. The radar reaches out and it finds those things that's not just normal air that's out there. Normally that would be droplets of water, but in this case, it's that smoke of particulates that are out there. We don't know what is burning, so we can't say for sure how dangerous this smoke would be, but we have seen that it is certainly getting blown some close to the surface, and it's going from the south to the north because that's the winds, the south winds. And that's why we've got several offices of emergency management that are responding to this. It is taking place, the source of it is in San Jacinto County, but Polk County is where some of that smoke is getting blown into. So the Polk County Office of Emergency Management is also responding to that because their folks, their communities are also being impacted by that. So again, we're looking at I-59 here, or Interstate 69, which turns into Highway 59. And then we've got just to the east of that on FM 1127 is where that's happening at this point. So we're going to go ahead and keep an eye on things here in the Weather Center. We'll get back to you and let you know more information as soon as I feel that it's necessary.
Okay, John Dawson, thank you. None of the public schools in the area, as far as I've been able to see, have issued any sort of evacuation orders yet or told parents to come pick them up. That's not the case. They're all sheltering in place. Some of these schools even going to as far as shutting down the HVAC system so that they can keep the outside air from getting in out of an abundance of caution.
Right. At this time, as JD mentioned, we don't know the effects of the chemicals in the air, but we have Lena DeFlorias with an update, more information on any possible injuries as well. Lena?
Yeah, so I'm in the newsroom where we are all in contact with resources and sources, and the one thing that we were able to get from one of our sources is that one person has been injured and having to be taken to Memorial Hermann at the Med Center with first, second, and third degree burns. The first degree burns apparently to the face, the second and third degree burns to the arms as well. So that is the information that we have found from a source here in the newsroom. But I want to talk about the explosion because when we see that video of how massive that smoke plume is, it's almost shaped like a tornado wedge. Why that's happening, the reaction here. So this plant actually focuses on three major chemical components here: aromatics, ketones, and acetates. All of these are highly flammable and some of them reactionary as well. So the acetates are said to be highly flammable. Also, the concern here with the aromatics is that water may not be effective in putting out a fire. Again, highly flammable. Vaporous when they come into contact with the air. Air mixtures is what I'm seeing here in the research. Also, the ketones is said to be extremely flammable as well. Now, some of them can be considered to be highly volatile. Some of them can be toxic. Now, we haven't seen any notes or any information coming in saying that there is a concern with the air quality. But when you see the smoke plume like this and how dark it is, you do have to have some concerns about the chemicals and the vapors in the air. So we are trying to find out what the air quality is. It will probably take a moment for them to get a reading on that. But there is some concern here because all of the chemicals that they deal with, again, the aromatics, the ketones, the acetates, we're talking about things like xylene, toluene. So these things are considered to be highly flammable. Also, that there could be a reaction with the vapors and the air mixtures, and that some of these chemicals can be considered highly volatile. So these are the concerns when you take a look at that smoke plume. I mean, there has to be a worry for people in the area, and that 5-mile shelter in place, I'm sure in place for several reasons. But this is a plant that deals with all of these recycle grade components here, but it seems that they do just focus on this one area when they're dealing with the product blending and the repackaging. You wonder, well, what are they blending and packaging? We know that they're coming down to aromatics, ketones, and acetates, and all of them are considered to be highly flammable. Again, the one thing that stands out to me is that water may not be effective in putting out a fire, so then it makes you wonder, how can they put this out? So we're reaching out to find out, how do you deal with this type of explosion, this type of fire, this type of reaction, because that's going to be a major concern too. It's kind of like when you're cooking and you use oil, for instance, water's not going to help, it's only going to make it worse. So you have to have the right firepower to beat that back. But again, the headline here that we were just getting in the newsroom from a source is that one person has been injured in this explosion, this massive explosion, multiple explosions being heard in the area, and this fire with not only first-degree burns, but first, second, and third-degree burns. Ladies?
All right, Lena, and it looks like Sky Fox has arrived while you were speaking there. These are live pictures right now coming from our chopper over this facility, Sound Resource Solutions on FM 1127 in San Jacinto County near the Polk County line. This is close to Lake Livingston and just south of the town of Livingston. A massive plume of black smoke there is being carried across multiple counties right now. Representative Ernest Bales, one of the state representatives for that district there, says he's been informed by the Texas Department of Emergency Management of this explosion, and they do have a state team en route right now working to try to get more information about what exactly exploded and what this chemical is in the air. You're looking now live at a picture of the map that shows this 5-mile shelter-in-place radius around the town of Shepherd. We have multiple school districts in this area, a lot of them rural, that are closely watching this to determine what their next steps are. Right now, there have been no evacuations of any public schools other than a private school that was determined to be very close to the scene.
Yeah, that shelter in place on that map there, you can see this is coming from Polk County Emergency Management. So this is from Highway 59 from Goodrich to Legit Shelter, where that shelter in place is, a 5-mile radius. Again, they're also recommending that if you are in that area, you turn off your HVAC systems, whether you are at work or at home. Right now, they don't know the effects of this chemical in the air, but as Lena mentioned, I mean, these are highly flammable chemicals, and you could see the extent of where that smoke is covering the area. So definitely concerns for the people in that area, the children in the schools. We have been told that a private school was safely evacuated, and also, you know, even some of the schools are turning off those HVAC systems, but some of the schools, Sally, you were mentioning that they're saying is business as usual, but they are staying in place at this time, you know, listening to the advice of these emergency management offices, keeping an eye on what is happening and the alerts as they try to fight this fire. I mean, this just looks immense and definitely something that might take a while to get under control.
I mean, it looks like the whole facility is burning there as we get a closer look now at not only the smoke, but the flames as well coming from Sound Resource Solutions. You have to think that a lot of people who live in the area, work here, everyone who lives there probably knows somebody who works at this chemical facility. We right now know of one person who has been injured and had to go to the hospital with first, second, and third-degree burns, including burns to the face. If we get any more details on any other injuries, we'll of course pass it along to you. We don't also know how many people were at the facility at the time of the explosion and what evacuations looked like to get everybody out of there. But if this is a map now that we're bringing up to show you for some perspective here, Houston's a very large city, and some people may have never traveled outside of Houston to the town of Shepherd, but it's just north of Cleveland on 59 if you're headed up toward Lake Livingston. 59 right now is shut down, so don't try to take 59 past Cleveland this morning. You're going to run into a roadblock. Emergency management has that roadway completely shut down to deal with this massive chemical fire.
Yeah, and you have to wonder, in these smaller areas, the emergency crews there, the fire teams, they have to work together. They have to come together from different areas around to try to respond to something like this. So hopefully all of those teams are able to get there quickly. Hopefully they have the supplies that they need. We are looking to find out who is showing up, if firefighters from even as far out as our area here in the city of Houston, if they are headed out that way to help respond to this, because this is just a massive emergency for that area over in Shepherd.
And now there's concerns about where this plume of smoke is going to go. Now the National Weather Service and our own meteorologists here have been updating us on the projected path for this plume of smoke, because then you run into other counties and other school districts perhaps wondering how to handle the situation if this smoke does travel, not knowing what kind of chemical is in the air right now. The best thing they say to do if you are home or if you own a business is to shut off the HVAC system and shelter in place, just to avoid any type of chemical getting into where you are right now until we learn more about it.
And we appreciate all of you who are sending in your videos of the smoke and what is happening closer to that area. Again, we do have a crew headed to that scene. As you can see, our Sky Fox is over, giving us a wide angle look at how immense and how widespread that smoke is as it continues to travel and this fire continues to burn. Is John Dawson still over in the Weather Center to tell us more about what we're looking at?
Yes, I am. I'm actually trying to get a little bit of a map here together as far as that rough estimate of that shelter in place, as well as where we're kind of seeing things a little bit. So yeah, I'll see what I can do here, kind of walk things through a little bit. These live images that we're seeing are what's most impressive, I think, as far as what we're able to show on the air. And you can clearly see from, again, our live look at from our helicopter out there from Sky Fox that this fire is still burning. It's not something that has gone out. Earlier, I was showing you radar and how some of that smoke was no longer visible from the radar, but that is not indicating that the fire has gone out. There's, again, certainly plenty of fire that's still happening, still creating the smoke, and sometimes the radar has to look at the upper levels of the atmosphere, the higher in the air, and some of that smoke maybe not quite getting as high when the winds kind of begin to impact that a little bit. So real quick, I just want to show you my map, and then we'll get back to the live images just to sort of give you an idea. This is going to be, again, a very rough description of that shelter in place. It was a 5-mile radius from where we were talking. And generally speaking, again, this is some very rough numbers. We're about 5 miles from Lake Livingston where this event is happening. It's just to the east side of 59 where San Jacinto County and Polk County come together here. This is the Trinity River. It's just to the south of that. You can see a little bit of green blipping up here on the radar. That is the smoke that is still able to be seen up high in the atmosphere. And again, I drew out my measurement. I know that's 5 miles, and then gave a rough kind of circle around here. So kind of to give you an idea, if again, I know that the emergency managements have come out and listed more specifics on this shelter in place, but the town of Shepherd would certainly be included in parts of that. All of Goodrich would be within that 5-mile range, and then it gets up close to Livingston, but not quite 5 miles to the city of Livingston. So to the very near the dam here on Lake Livingston is about 5 miles. Parts of Shepherd for sure, and then all of Goodrich. So just kind of wanted to give you, again, that very rough estimate of what we were talking about as far as where that shelter in place has been issued. On the winds, or again, looking closely here with the last hour, we can see a little bit more of that rate of the radar picking up that smoke when the smoke was able to kind of climb up higher. The wind gusts are a little bit stronger than what we've seen with sustained winds. We're looking at 16-mile-an-hour gusts that are near the area. Again, you can kind of see right here where San Jacinto County, Polk County, we've got a little green showing some of that smoke on the radar. That's where the event is happening, where this explosion took place, where we know that there is still fire that's happening with that. And backing it up again to show that Conroe has sustained winds a little bit stronger right now in 15-mile-an-hour winds. Cleveland coming in at 9. So there's a good chance that there's closer to 10 to 15-mile-an-hour winds here as well. You kind of need to sort of look at the bigger picture. Sometimes a single site that gives you an observation could be influenced a little bit more or less. So the bigger picture, when you get 15-mile-an-hour winds, that's certainly going to kind of contribute to fueling that fire a little bit. Not really in a good way for sure. All of our area looking at 10 to 15-mile-an-hour winds at this point. From the south, again, that wind blowing to the north, and you can see in the video clearly, these are live images that you see on your screen right now of the smoke that you're looking at, how it tries to rise up, and then those stronger winds higher up are able to push that a little bit further to the north. So that's what we're seeing. Again, the winds coming in out of the south, and they're blowing in toward the north. A little bit variable right now. It looks like the latest update on what the winds are doing. But overall, this is a south wind that's blowing to the north, and we're looking at this happening again. This is San Jacinto County. This is Polk County. This is the Trinity River. This is Highway 59, all happening right there. Just to the southeast of Lake Livingston is where we're seeing that. I'll keep an eye on things here in the Weather Center. For now, let's get back to the anchor desk.
All right, John, thank you. If you are joining us and you live in the boundaries of Shepherd ISD and you have a child within that school district, we want to let you know that Shepherd ISD says all students are safe at this time. So that is certainly relief for a lot of parents. I know they're in contact with local officials and first responders, and they'll provide updates to you if they decide to release the children or if there's any further steps that parents need to take. But just know students are safe right now.
Yeah, and I mean, it's unnerving looking at these pictures right now coming from Skyfox. Still some black smoke, as JD mentioned. There's still something burning. You know, a lot of times when we see that black smoke, it means some heavy fuels or something synthetic. It could be something toxic. Let's talk to Lena DeFlores over in the newsroom with more on this and any other updates that you have, Lena.
You know what? I want to focus on what we are concerned about, which is what is in this plume of smoke. What is happening with these elements, with these chemicals? So we actually are going to bring in Noreen Kahn Mayberry, self-described talk stock. Can you please, thank you so much. Are you hearing me? No? Okay, we're going to wait to loop her in. In the meantime,
I'm here.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time this morning. Can you just give us a little bit of background here and your experience level with this type of toxicology, I guess?
Well, yeah, so I am a toxicologist, and I specialize in air quality and water quality and environmental quality.
Perfect. So can I ask you, I don't know if you're familiar with what is in this plant, but they say that they deal with ketones, aromatics, acetates. I'm seeing sulfuric acid, isopropyl alcohol. When you hear those elements, what would be your concern level when it comes to air quality, water quality, environmental quality?
Well, in the immediate short term, I'm really concerned about the health of people that are in and around that area in terms of what they're breathing, because it is very, it's an unnatural way to be exposed to these types of chemicals post-explosion. So generally speaking, you don't know what the concentrations are, how high they are. And so I'm worried about the upper airways, the mouth, the throat burning, the nasal passages, and some of this damage, could be permanent, again, because we don't know the concentrations, we don't know the mixtures, and so it's very important to protect the health, specifically the upper airways, so the nasal passages, the mouth, make sure people aren't breathing this in. It will lead to burning eyes. So that's my immediate concern. In terms of the environment, the air quality will eventually correct itself. And then the water quality, unless we know that it's getting into the airways, I'm not as concerned with the ground and water quality. But when you're thinking about, what they're using in terms of putting out this fire, I think about the flame retardants and those mixing with those chemicals and where that ends up, because then it becomes an issue for the water, it becomes an issue for the soil.
Can I ask
if that makes sense?
It does make sense, Doctor. And let me ask you, too, when I'm seeing some of the research here about the interactions and that water may not be effective in combating a fire with these types of elements, do you feel that, firefighters from various towns coming into the area with their fire hoses will be effective, or will they have to go about it in some other way?
I'm so sorry. I'm getting a really bad feedback, and it's hard to understand.
Sure, and I want to apologize to viewers. We do have a bit of a delay. Do you feel that water is effective in dealing with these elements and putting out this fire, or would firefighters have to come up with another way to beat back the flames?
They're probably going to use something else, not water per se, because of the nature of these chemicals, they're going to use some type of chemical to actually interact and with the chemicals and lower the risk of fire. So there's going to be a firefighting foam that's used for these types of chemicals. But again, when those things, when the firefighting foam is washed away, it contains PFAS, which is a very chemical that will stay in the environment for a very long time. It's referred to as a forever chemical, and that is the concern when you're talking about, like, where does this end up? Where does this firefighting foam end up that mixes with the chemicals? When they clean it up, trying to make sure that it doesn't end up in our public water supply. It doesn't end up in our soil. It doesn't end up in areas where it will be in the environment for years, even decades. So that's why, that's more of the concern for the long-term environmental impact when these type of fires occur and they have to be put out with these chemicals that are very persistent.
I'm seeing some warnings about interactions from these chemicals and these elements interacting with one another. I wonder if your concern is actually heightened because it says air mixtures cause high flammability and make it explosive, but also they're warning no interaction with open flame, no interaction with sparks or smoke. And unfortunately, we now have all of those elements coming into play.
Absolutely, and that's why I was saying we don't know what the concentrations are. We don't know what the mixtures are. We don't know exactly how toxic this is going to be, but it is a perfect storm. Whenever there is an explosion and you have chemicals that aren't necessarily compatible with each other, especially under an explosive condition, that makes it even worse. When you're in a chemical company or a refining company, they have, separation so that, incompatible chemicals do not interact. However, after an explosion, if it kicks off another explosion, the other chemicals are allowed to, mix in an unnatural way after an explosion. That is when the heightened concern comes in, and that is why I've heard there's a shelter in place. I ask everyone to please heed that, but make sure that you aren't pulling in air from the outside using your air condition. Turn those off. Close your windows, close your doors, try to isolate yourself if you're in that immediate affected area. If you have to work in that area, people who are fighting fires, they have enough personal protective equipment to protect their lungs, to protect their upper airways and their nasal passages, their throats, their eyes. But, the everyday average person should not be driving through there. They should not be letting their pets out. They should really, heed the shelter-in-place warning because there's so many unknowns right now.
Let's talk about, you had touched on something for people in the area. Give me some of the symptoms they should be looking out for where you would consider that normal if you're in the area, or it's hitting a level where you need to actually leave and go see a doctor or go seek treatment.
Well, the thing is, again, I'll go back to burning eyes, I'll go back to burning throat, burning nasal passages, lungs. And if you leave and you get back into that, air to try to seek treatment, you could make things worse. So that is why I'm saying shelter in place. If it's very bad, you can call, your doctor, but it's going to be difficult. You're going to need help getting out of that situation. If it's so bad that you've got, a severely burning throat, you cannot breathe, then yes, you need to call for help. But you shouldn't try to leave and go seek help yourself, because you could just make it worse.
Okay, and how long would you expect it would be before you should be concerned? Let's say you are experiencing, a dry, itchy throat, maybe burning eyes, but it's tolerable. Would you say, oh, now it's been 12 hours that I've been feeling this way? Or do you want it to get progressively worse before you recommend someone get medical treatment?
Well, if the pain seems to subside and get better and better and just milder as time goes on, that means that you're healing. However, if you are an asthmatic or you already have some type of pre-existing conditions in terms of, your breathing capacity and your upper airways, and you feel things are getting worse and worse, you definitely should go in. If you don't have those pre-existing conditions, but you feel the pain getting worse and worse, then definitely go seek treatment. Again, and if you do have a pre-existing condition, and even if you don't feel worse, just because you have that, I would say check with your doctor in a few days and say, hey, I was exposed to this. Can I make an appointment to come in and just check and make sure everything's okay? So you don't necessarily have to, be feeling symptoms. If you know you're in the area and you've been exposed, then it's just a precaution. But, again, you don't have to rush immediately. Right now is the time to stay in place, lower your exposure. That's why I say close the doors, seal any cracks, any openings, because you don't want that concentration to get higher inside of your home where you're actually trying to take shelter.
One last question, if you don't mind, Dr. Conn Mayberry. When you see these pictures of the massive plume of smoke, the dark gray coloring of this smoke, what does that tell you?
We refer to that as toxic smoke. So it is very dangerous. But again, that's why you want to remove yourself from that. It's a very serious situation. And, we hope that, the flames are put out sooner than later, because the longer it burns, the more chemicals are getting into the air and into the environment. And that's when you have to start to be concerned about a larger area, because that air and the wind is going to push that smoke out into various areas. The concentration will go down, but it still could be high enough to affect people that are miles and miles away. So that's why it's important to, again, take it very seriously. I take it very seriously. All the people who work with these chemicals, they know how serious it is when something like this happens, because it's very dangerous. This is, this is a catastrophic type of event, and you don't want people to get hurt. So take the precautions. Don't open your windows. Don't ride around with your car AC running or with the windows down. Get to an area as far away as possible and isolate as long as you can, and monitor the situation to, see. They will make a call to remove the shelter in place when it's safe. But as long as that shelter in place is there, take it seriously.
Okay, Dr. Noreen Conn Mayberry, toxicologist, thank you so much for giving us things to look out for if you're in the area health-wise, things to do, things not to do, and also just a review of the chemical compounds that we're dealing with in the area. Appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So again, we were just talking to Dr. Noreen Conn Mayberry, a toxicologist, about the dangers, her concerns, not knowing exactly the chemicals that are involved, the concentration of the chemicals involved, but seeing the smoke, seeing the flames, knowing what type of chemical plant that we're dealing with here, her concerns when it comes to the environmental effects and the health effects on people and pets who may be in the area, telling us again to heed that shelter-in-place warning for your own safety and health. Ladies?
All right, we continue to see these dramatic pictures here of the aftermath of multiple explosions at this chemical plant, Sound Resource Solutions, on FM 1127 in the Shepherd area. We just got an update from the San Jacinto County Office of Emergency Management, and they tell us that the shelter-in-place radius has now been reduced to 1 mile, down from 5 miles. So remember, earlier we were showing you that map where the shelter-in-place radius did stretch all the way up into Livingston. It has now been reduced to just 1 mile. They did not give any information as to why they reduced the radius, but that shelter in place is now for 1 mile around the plant. As we continue to monitor what school districts are going to do about this, we know one private school has evacuated, and those students are safe at the Shepherd ISD administration building. Other school districts like Shepherd ISD, Corrigan, Camden, they are sheltering in place and heeding the warnings from officials to turn off the AC until we learn exactly the effects of the chemical in the air.
And so far, we haven't gotten any changes about the road closures happening there. US 59 closed in both directions in Shepherd at this time, where you're told to avoid the area. And we're also learning more, as Alina mentioned during that interview, about how this fire is being fought. We were told at one point that the fire units there, they're waiting on foam supplies. That's according to Montgomery County sheriffs there. We do know that the Woodlands, East Montgomery County, Porter, Conroe, Livingston, Cold Spring, Pumpkin, Evergreen, Bear Creek, all of these fire units from the area, they are coming together to work on this blaze that's still burning. You can see that black smoke again. 4 miles with something this large. You need all those fire teams and all those supplies to try to put this out and, of course, get some relief for the people in that area that are still, looking out of their windows and seeing this black smoke. It's got to be frightening.
59 closed in both directions. Witnesses report that there are fire trucks and ambulances everywhere in this area right now. If there is a fire truck that's not being used, it is being sent to this location right now to help put out these flames and control the situation. It is a concerning situation, as you just heard from the talk stock there, who says that the longer it burns, the more chemicals are getting into the environment that could affect people miles away. So it is important to take the shelter in place order for that 1 mile radius around this plant here on FM 1127 very seriously.
Yeah, I can appreciate that she said, don't walk your dog, none of that. No reason to go outside at this point. Make sure you're inside, make sure those windows and doors are closed, that the HVAC systems are turned off. Of course, we are watching this closely. We are awaiting an update from officials out in that area. Hopefully that will happen in the next half hour or so. Of course, we will bring that directly to you once we get more information. But right now you're getting some more of the viewer videos that have been sent in, getting a closer look at how heavy that smoke is as the fire continues to burn. Again, we don't know the exact effects on people who are in that area. I know there are concerns. People have been commenting that there's a lot of houses that run off of well water as well. So as the talk doc mentioned, that is something that they are going to be considering in all of this. But the first priority is, of course, to get this fire to stop burning and put that out, handle that with all those emergency crews having to respond.
One victim has been taken to the hospital with first, second, and third degree burns, the burns to the face as well. We're waiting on the condition of that person and to find out the extent of any other injuries and just how many people were on site of this plant when the explosion started a little before 9 o'clock this morning. You have to believe that people were perhaps just arriving to work, or depending on work schedules, maybe there were already a lot of people at this facility when these explosions started. Witnesses reported hearing not one but multiple explosions in this area. Again, the schools that are nearby or in the path of this plume of smoke are sheltering in place right now. There has been no order for parents to come and pick up students yet. School districts tell us the students are safe where they are and they are following all of the precautions that the first responders have laid out to them right now. Evacuations certainly of people close by within that very close area of the plant are happening. Everybody else right now within the 1 mile radius, though, is told to just shelter in place. But a big thank you and hats off to all of the first responders and hazmat workers right now who are dealing with a very serious situation, trying to keep it under control and keep everyone in that area calm as well.
Again, this is at Sound Resource Solutions plant on FM 1127. Again, that area completely shut down, people being told to shelter in place. That was shortened from a 5 mile radius to 1 mile, but right now we don't have specifics on why that was diminished at this time, but we're reaching out to authorities in that area. But again, US 59 in San Jacinto County, that's closed from FM 1988 to exit 451B. Right now, that's what we're being told, that is still in place. We have a crew on the way to give us a closer look, but you're getting these pictures through Skyfox. And as Lena mentioned earlier, I mean, it looks like a tornado almost, how widespread this is. And you're seeing those, whatever that is, chemicals or whatever, still burning there. So again, shelter in place for 1 mile, people being told to make sure those HVAC systems are turned off. And we're getting the reports of one person injured at this time. We are hoping that that count remains low, but of course we are hoping to get an update from officials within the hour, and we will bring you that information as we get it.
Sound Resource Solutions, just a little bit of background, it is a petroleum processing plant. That private school that was on FM 1127 has been safely evacuated. Shepherd ISD, the closest public school district, is monitoring the situation. They say all students are safe and they're providing updates to families as they receive them. Polk County Emergency Management also involved in this because this fire is so close to the county line where San Jacinto butts up against Polk County. They had also issued a shelter in place, but again, that shelter in place radius is now just a mile, not all the way over to Lake Livingston and not quite all the way up to the town of Livingston any longer. Let's see, we're getting more pictures here and more video from the ground that viewers are sending in. I mean, this plume of smoke is so large, and the video has just been so dramatic all morning long as people in that area, I mean, have really had their lives and their daily plans upended. They can't go about what they were supposed to do today because they are being told to stay indoors until we get more information on just what these chemicals in the air are and how dangerous they may be to people.
Yeah, you have to wonder if there's a certain smell out there, any kind of distinct smells. If you're in that area, you can definitely let us know about that. I was seeing comments about there being some presence of something, so people complaining about a smell yesterday. Of course, at this time, we don't know if that's at all related to what's happening right now, but it's something that we will be asking officials about as soon as we can get someone to address some of these concerns. Of course, their main concern is getting this fire under control, but we definitely want to keep you informed, especially if you are in that area, for the safety of you and your families. Again, we want to make sure that you are sheltering in place. That has been set to a 1 mile radius at this time. We don't know if that will stay at that 1 mile radius, but if you're in this area at all, I mean, I would suspect that you don't want to be outside dealing with any of all this or breathing that in, because we don't know what these chemicals are exactly.
FM 1127 along with 59 completely shut down right now. If you do have plans to go north on 59, just know from 1988 to the exit 4051B, that is totally shut down in the town of Shepherd, and then further north, both directions of 59 in that town are shut down right now. So you want to steer clear of heading anywhere near the San Jacinto County, Polk County line. One person has been injured in the explosion, at least one that we know of, and taken to the hospital. We're waiting to hear how many other people may have been injured. But as of this hour, Shepherd ISD says they are not evacuating. No other schools in the area like Livingston ISD, Unalaska, Cold Spring, Oakhurst, none of those districts have said that they plan to evacuate either. They're just keeping students safe inside and following whatever the first responders tell them to do.
There's so many questions about who may have been at the plant during this explosion. Again, as you mentioned, Sally, one person injured. As far as we know at this time, that person has first-degree burns to the face and second-degree and third-degree burns to their arms. They had to be taken to Memorial Hermann Hospital in the Texas Medical Center. So we will be keeping an eye on that person's condition as well, getting as much information as we can. Of course, about any other injuries, we will pass that on to you as we get it.
A lot of times these types of fires, they take a long time to put out. Some are providing, more fuel. Some are just too hot to cool off when the flame burns these byproducts. And so as we've been talking to some of our experts this morning, we expect that the fire teams are going to have to use something other than water to eventually extinguish these flames here. They're pooling the resources of a number of fire departments from around the area, around the state right now. They're going to have to rotate these firefighters too to give them some breaks, because this is not just something that's going to be over with today. This is going to last into tomorrow and perhaps the next day as they fight this fire and watch for it to be completely extinguished, and then they have to look at the after effects as well. So a very serious situation anytime you have a chemical plant fire, but especially when you have one that's close to a private school, which again has been evacuated, and close to homes, which again have been told to shelter in place and turn off the AC until we learn more information. We are expecting that update, we hope, at the top of the hour from the San Jacinto County Sheriff. We expect others will be there as well, so that we can certainly update you and ask the questions that you want answered right now. A lot of questions are being asked on various social media pages, and we're looking at all of those, and we hope to get some of your questions answered.
Yeah, you bring up a good point, these fire crews needing to rotate, and you hate to see a situation like this, especially when the temperatures are a bit warmer. You know how hot they get in those fire suits. They have to make sure they stay hydrated, that they take breaks, but you know, looking at the situation, it is tough. We're going to need all hands on deck. Again, we do know Cleveland Fire, Bear Creek, Shepherd, of course, they're the main first responders to this, but they're getting assisted by all these fire units from the Woodlands, from East Montgomery County, Porter, Conroe, having to sweep in and assist with this. As mentioned, they're probably most likely going to have to use a foam response to cover this, since it is a chemical fire. And right now we're still hoping to find out what exactly is in the air at this point, and how they plan to address that as well for those residents who are having to shelter in place.
The latest update from the San Jacinto County Office of Emergency Management is that after the officials assessed the scene there at the plant fire, the shelter in place was determined to be reduced from a 5-mile radius to a 1-mile radius. So right now, that 1-mile radius around the plant fire is what's being told to shelter in place right now. And also anybody else who may be thinking, you know, I'm going to head over there, I'm going to check on somebody, they're asking you to avoid the area and use alternate routes if you can. There's no need to head in that direction right now. We want to leave those roads open for emergency crews to get there and to respond just as fast as they can to help people and help the situation.
Absolutely. And you can see that plume of smoke still continuing to move towards Livingston. We've had JD over in the Weather Center keeping an eye on what's happening with that plume of smoke. At one point, you could even see it on the radar. That's how heavy it was. But yeah, you're getting a look at some viewer video right now as they watched it overhead. Now, of course, we don't need you to go outside and get any video of this. If you have it already, you're welcome to send it to us on our Facebook page or our Twitter page. But yeah, this is something that we definitely want, if you're in that area, anywhere around that radius. I mean, we know it's been taken down from 5 miles to 1 mile, but if you're in that area, we do want you to be safe, to shelter in place. It looks like we have our ground crew right now getting a look at all those fire crews responding to this. You can see multiple units having to sweep in and help with this chemical fire. Again, 59 in San Jacinto, that's been closed from FM 1988 in that area in both directions. So as far as we know, there haven't been any updates to those road closures. But as Sally mentioned, we definitely want you to stay where you are, stay in place, you know, keep those roads open for emergency vehicles, because we don't know how many first responders are having to come from areas to help assist in this, because it looks like it is going to be a while. You're getting a look at these live pictures, and it's not over. This has been going on for more than an hour, maybe pushing a couple hours at this time, and it looks like they have a fight ahead of them. We are hoping all those first responders, those firefighters, are staying safe, of course, getting the breaks that they need, and you know, this is a team effort to try to get this under control.
Yeah, this petroleum processing plant on FM 1127, of course, we'll be looking into their safety records and the hours and the days to come here to let you know what we've found out. But right now, the smoke, we're told by Harris County meteorologists, the smoke is blowing north to northeast here. But still, the radius for the shelter in place is just a mile around that plant on FM 1127. But I imagine people outside of that mile radius may be thinking, I'm going to just stay inside as an abundance of caution anyway, because the smoke is coming toward my area, and we still don't know what chemical in the air is burning. But officials have decided to reduce that radius to just the 1 mile around the plant. We're waiting to hear more from school districts about what their plan will be this afternoon. By the time it's time for kids to get out of school around 3 o'clock, how do they plan to release the kids? You know, are they going to have a different process? Are they going to stay sheltered in place for longer than the school day? We don't know those answers yet, but school districts are, of course, communicating with families. They're updating on their social media pages. So continue to follow your child's school district if your child is in school in this area of Shepherd, Livingston.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the videos we've been getting in, this is an extremely serious situation. Hard to imagine what people are dealing with, especially those parents wondering if their kids are okay. We were told that a private school over in that area that had been evacuated, also schools in the area, shutting off those HVAC systems. You know, it's got to be uncomfortable for them because we are having one of our warmer days, but safety first, because we're still working to find out what exactly is in the air over in Shepherd as we see it extend to other areas. Skyfox right now zooming in on some of those emergency crews. You can see how far out they have to be able to respond to this. So that's even more work for them to have to trudge to where they can fight this fire. But you can see it's definitely a wooded area, so area with a lot of grass, a lot of trees. So I know they're doing the best that they can to get this under control. There's a lot of concerns over there about, you know, not just the chemicals in the air, but if it's going to have an effect on the water system or anything like that. Of course, we're working to get those answers for you.
Yeah, this is just an absolutely wild scene that we're seeing here. This much smoke right now coming from this chemical plant fire. Lena is in the newsroom. She's been taking a closer look at the company and what it is they do. Lena.
A lot of chemicals, a lot of mixtures that have to be kept independent of one another because of fear that they might interact, which now, of course, they would be allowed to do after that initial explosion leading to that big plume of smoke. So I did take a look here. They've recycled 50 million pounds of both hazardous and non-hazardous chemicals since 2011. I took a look into their EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, that monitors companies like this to see if there are any environmental repercussions, any violations. Their last compliance review was about a year ago, last summer, and they were completely in the clear. No violations, no non-compliance. There have been no enforcement actions, no EPA cases, no penalties with the EPA in the last 5 years. So they seem to be compliant here. Again, recycling 50 million pounds of hazardous and non-hazardous chemicals since 2011. We did hear also from a toxicologist who said that looking at this plume of smoke, not knowing the concentration of the chemicals that are involved here, but when I named some of the chemicals that are involved and what they deal with, mainly ketones, aromatics, acetates, acids, that she called this a toxic smoke plume. She called it very dangerous in her words. She used the word catastrophic. She said, of course, we don't know the concentrations of the chemicals that were involved here, but one of the main concerns is that now they can interact with one another, not being kept independent from each other. And a lot of these can trigger one another. A lot of them are being described as highly flammable. The concern is air mixture, vapor mixture can set off the flammability. The interactions, the air mixtures come into play, and that can create a toxic situation. A lot of the chemicals are described as highly volatile, highly flammable, and some of them can be highly toxic. Again, we don't know the concentrations, we don't know the interactions with them, with each other, but the toxicologist is saying that her main concern would be the immediate health impact. So the exposure for people in the area, she said things to look out for, sore, burning throat, burning eyes, those are some things that you want to be, looking out for, especially, she said, if you are asthmatic or have any, lung issues or breathing problems, because the upper respiratory could be something that you notice is starting to be affected if you're in the area. So she did say to not draw in outside air. That means turning off the AC, closing the windows, closing the doors. Don't go outside to see what you can see. Don't go driving through the area, because then you could be exposed. She said, if you notice that the symptoms start to increase, they're not subsiding, they're only getting worse, that might be the time to reach out to your doctor. But her main concern is that people in the area stay on top of their own health, their own reactions to this, because we don't know the concentrations here. We did get an update too, don't forget, that we know one person has reportedly been injured and taken to Memorial Hermann over at the Med Center for treatment of first, second, and third degree burns to the face and to the body as well. We're also getting reports from our source that 40 employees of that plant are reportedly evacuated and safe. So at the moment, it appears that one person was injured in this explosion, subsequent explosions, and this massive fire and smoke plume, and that doesn't take into account the health repercussions of people who live in the area. Again, we're taking a look at the history of the company, and they seem to be compliant, and we don't see a whole lot of issues here. We do know that they've been in business for quite some time, at least since 2011, recycling 50 million pounds of hazardous and non-hazardous materials. But there are several, when I look at the list here, several components and elements that are there on property that they recycle and deal with, and the concern is the interaction with one another now that they're being exposed to the things that they're not supposed to be exposed to. I know that we've seen sometimes hazardous chemicals maybe on a truck on us or on the freeway next to us, and you see those labels that say, no open flame, no smoke. That is the concern, because a lot of these chemicals do have the warning saying they should not be exposed to open flames or smoke or air or other components and chemicals. And now that there's been this explosion here, there's no keeping those chemicals separate, and that can trigger what I'm expecting to be those subsequent explosions that people in the area felt and heard. Ladies?
All right, Lena, thank you. We do have news coming in about one school district that has evacuated now on the advice of Polk County Emergency Management. Goodrich ISD has evacuated all students. They have just reached Onalaska ISD, where parents can pick up their children now at the junior-senior high school stadium. They just ask that parents bring a photo ID. So that's the pickup zone for Goodrich ISD. It's the Onalaska Junior-Senior High School Stadium there on FM 3459. Goodrich ISD says they evacuated on the advice of Polk County Emergency Management. That is the only public school district that we have seen so far that has decided to evacuate, along with that private school that was very close to Sound Resource Solutions on FM 1127. Right now, as you heard Lena say, what we know, one injured, all 40 employees, though, accounted for in this plant fire that has sent a massive plume of black smoke into the air in the rural town of Shepherd.
All right, currently just checking with these other school districts to see if there have been any updates. We've also been keeping an eye on Livingston ISD. They've just said, in an abundance of caution, the district has placed all campuses on hold. They've also employed emergency protocols to ensure student and staff safety. Of course, we are keeping an eye on any updates that we're getting from these schools in the area, but so far, again, we do know that Livingston, they have sheltered in place. We know that the private school in that area has had to evacuate, and Goodrich ISD, they are now allowing you to pick up your child in Onalaska. Just make sure you bring an ID. The address posted 1855 FM 3459 at the Junior-Senior High School Stadium.
All right, an update here now from San Jacinto County Precinct 2. They're helping to get people who live near this chemical plant fire out of the area. They say anybody who lives on FM 1127 who wants to leave can go to the end of the road, to Watson Road, and then you will be escorted out of there. However, they say once you leave the area, you will not be able to return. They're in the process of getting the City of Shepherd Community Center shut up as an emergency shelter for those who do want to get out of the area. They don't want to shelter in place where they are. They want to completely leave that area. They're working on getting, again, the City of Shepherd Community Center set up as an emergency shelter for those who need it. We're still waiting for an update here at any moment now, we hope, from the San Jacinto County Sheriff, who will hopefully update us on the latest.
All right, just to get you updated in case you were just now joining us, we are looking at this chemical plant fire happening in Shepherd. We've seen the road closures. Also, this is Highway 59 closed at FM 1127. So, you know, people are being told to stay off the roads. Also, if you're in that area, shelter in place. Again, that shelter in place went down from 5 miles from earlier down to 1 mile at this time. This has been going on about a couple of hours. We're still waiting to get information on exactly when this explosion or multiple explosions took place. This is at the Sound Resource Solutions plant in Shepherd. As you've been watching with us, we've seen this fire continuing to burn, this massive plume of smoke stretching 4 miles. We've been watching it as it looks like it's made its way into Livingston. Again, one person injured with multiple burns. That person had to be taken to Memorial Hermann Hospital. A lot of concerns about, you know, what's in the air, as Lena was talking about, this air and vapor mix after these explosions. What does that mean for the residents in place? As far as the directions that we're getting right now, everybody should be sheltering in place, not going outside for any reason, making sure windows and doors are closed, also turning off those HVAC systems. But it is certainly concerning as we've seen like fireballs, you know, as this continues to burn. What kind of chemicals are in that plant? And as Lena was talking to the Talk earlier, these are things that were supposed to or meant to be kept separated. And it looks like, you know, this is just a huge mess. So many fire crews having to come out and respond because, again, this is a smaller area. So usually the fire teams, they don't have as many resources to fight something like this. So we're seeing teams coming from Conroe, from further out to assist in this response.
All right, so let's see here. The latest here that we're getting from San Jacinto County again is that anyone who wants to leave their home that is on FM 1127 can go ahead and get out and walk toward the direction of Watson Road or the entrance of Trinity River Ranch, and someone there will then help to escort you out. So if you want to get out, there is a way to get out now. You do not have to stay at your home. They're in the process of opening the City of Shepherd Community Center as an emergency shelter for those who need it to get away from this area of 1127. That giant plume of black smoke continues to spread across the area. We're really not seeing any signs of it getting better, at least from this vantage point of Sky Fox. Flames are still burning as they have been since about 8:30, 8:45 this morning. It has prompted officials in San Jacinto County to urge those near the plant to shelter indoors and turn off their AC systems because there's a concern that we don't know what chemical is in the air, what chemical is burning right now. A doctor we had on earlier said she would even advise sealing cracks around windows and doors, calling this plume of black smoke toxic smoke. She says it's a very serious situation, and the longer it burns, the more the chemicals are getting into the environment, and that could affect people not only right there in nearby Shepherd, but people miles away. So it's important to take that 1 mile shelter in place radius very seriously. Again, Goodrich ISD has evacuated. There is now a pickup location in Onalaska at the junior senior high. That's where you can pick up your student at this time at the high school stadium.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office saying, you know, we've mentioned that 59 is closed both directions in the area. You know, hopefully you have made other plans, but meanwhile people were already out there stuck on the roads, so that's causing a backup according to the sheriff's office there, and that backup extending all the way into Montgomery County. So there are detours at exit 451B in Shepherd and at FM 1988 in Polk County. County. Hopefully you're not already stuck there because it is quite the delay. But again, if you can avoid the area, because we are expecting more emergency crews to have to head in and help assist with this explosion, and then also the aftermath. So this could be going on. I'm expecting 4 hours, if not all day into tomorrow.
What's interesting is yesterday, just about 24 hours ago, Polk County Emergency Management posted on their Facebook page that they had received several calls regarding a chemical type smell in Polk County 24 hours before this incident was reported. Of course, we don't know if it has anything to do with the chemical fire, but multiple people noticed it enough to call in and report this chemical-like smell countywide. The wind, they estimated, could be carrying the odor into Polk County, perhaps from another location. We did not get any update on the cause of that odor yesterday, or whether it's related to what's happening today. But of course, that's one of the questions we'll ask as soon as we are able to hear from emergency management officials in both San Jacinto and Polk counties. Let's check in now with meteorologist John Dawson, who's been watching the direction of the wind here, because that's going to determine where this plume of smoke heads next, JD.
Yeah, you could tell when you look at the video, our live video from Skyfox, that we certainly have some wind that's making an impact. You see that column try to go up, and then it begins to curve, and that curve is headed to the north because the winds are coming out of the south. So all across the Houston area, we see these winds that are coming in out of the south. We don't have as many observation areas up here as close to where this is happening. So kind of zooming in to give you an idea. This is Lake Livingston. This is Highway 59, and pretty much right where this icon is, the 59, that's pretty much where the fire is taking place, where that chemical plant is, where the explosion took place. And at times today, we've been able to even see a little blip of green there on the radar, and I'll lapse some of our data here in just a minute to see if I can get something to show up a little bit. But this is the closest sort of observation that we have as far as the wind goes. That's in Cleveland. We're looking at 14-mile-an-hour winds, and that's a sustained wind. Anytime you get over 10 miles an hour, you're definitely going to get a bit of a process that's going to contribute and make that intensity, or either make it spread when you're talking about fires. Over in Conroe, we've got about 14-mile-an-hour winds as well. So that kind of gives you a general idea of what's happening as far as the winds across the area. And the higher we get up in the elevations, the higher the wind speeds will typically be. And that's what we're expecting. And that's why you don't just see a straight column of smoke that goes all the way straight into the air. It attempts to go straight, and then those winds get a hold of it and start bending it a little bit, making it curve to the north. And there's enough wind at the higher elevations that it doesn't even let it go up really at all. It just pushes it more horizontal than allowing it to go up. So that's all kind of what we've been seeing in our video from Skyfox as that column goes up, and then it gets sort of curved and pushed and moves on. So let's talk about the map a little bit more again. Again, here's Lake Livingston. This county line here between Polk County and San Jacinto County is the Trinity River. That's what comes out of, that's the dammed Trinity River is what makes Lake Livingston. So we're very close to the dams of Lake Livingston where we're seeing that. We don't have a gust that we can give you right now that's happening in Cleveland, but we know that wind gusts over in Huntsville, not too far away, are 20 miles an hour. So again, that's going to increase a fire, that's going to give it some more intensity. It's going to help spread it. Like when we talk about wildfires, anytime you have those winds, it's going to help spread that wildfire. I have been watching quite closely because of the dry conditions that we've had recently. I was concerned that maybe this would get a little bit out of control and spread more. From what we've seen from Skyfox, that doesn't appear to be the case. You can certainly see some areas where the grass is burned, but it's not something that's too bad. So zooming in quite a bit closer here, you see that little blip of green that's showing here? That is smoke. That is not rain. That's smoke. So our radar scans out from its base, from those towers. And so this is fairly high up in the atmosphere. So if the winds are strong enough that that smoke is not allowed to rise up very high, our radar is not going to be able to see it. It's going to be under the radar. You've heard the phrase flying under the radar. Well, that smoke won't ever be able to rise up and get that beam that's coming out from the radar to see that. But we're getting a little bit of that still that's able to kind of pop in when I'm showing the last hour's worth of data. I've kind of added my box here to kind of give us a reference on where we see that fire taking place. Again, FM 1127 is where this is located, and this is Highway 59, and then again this line here is the county line, but it's also the Trinity River. That's San Jacinto County, that's Polk County, kind of what we're looking at here. So definitely fairly close to Goodrich. Let me get my ruler out here for just a minute. Now, I know that the official shelter in place has been reduced. At one point, it was 5 miles. Well, at one point it included the city of Livingston, but then it was sort of put down to a 5-mile radius from the fire itself, which is pretty close to that end of where we see Lake Livingston at, is about that 5-mile radius. It certainly did include Goodrich at the time and even parts of Shepherd. But again, what we've heard, the last official word about that shelter in place, it's been put all the way down to a 1 mile. So that's much closer than what we're seeing as far as right here, giving that demonstration of kind of where we see that taking place at the moment. So continuing to keep an eye on things. Let me back out here one more time and sort of look at those winds. I still don't have a latest gusts from Cleveland, from the Cleveland report, but we do have sustained winds of around 14 miles an hour. So we'll continue to keep an eye on things. I'm going to continue to watch, of course, our Sky Fox video that really gives us an idea. Some of those earlier videos that you've seen really shows how high that it's gone into the air. One other thing I want to comment on here is that because the winds, and we're looking at Sky Fox once again here, and I have to assume these are live images, when we see these live images like this, our helicopter is not going to fly into the path of this smoke. That's going to be a dangerous situation as well. So our helicopter continues to remain on the upwind side, on the south side of this fire. So as you look at your image there of the video, you can see some sort of a electrical facility or something that's just off to the left of your screen. That's going to be to the west of the plant itself. If we were to keep going over to the west, you would see Highway 59. That's FM 1127. That's the main roadway right there, just at the base of where the fire is. So we're continuing to see these live images. It's a little far from the Houston area, so our image kind of breaks up a little bit as that signal is being transmitted from the helicopter back to one of our towers. But our helicopter is always going to stay on the south side of this fire. It's not going to move around and get onto the north side because that's where the smoke is blowing to. We don't want to put our helicopter in the path of that smoke. It's going to continue to remain on the south side of that. And so we're kind of going to get the same camera view for most of the time. We're able to swing around from side to side, but always staying on the south side of the fire itself. So continuing to watch the smoke from the south to the north. That's what we're going to see as far as how that smoke is blowing. And we'll continue to wait for our signal to sort of try to clear back up again there from Skyfox. It looks like, again, we're continuing to look at some of those distance that we have and try to get that tuned back in. All right, so there we've got some more video, the images that we saw earlier. This is not live. This is some video that we've had sent into the station, and you can see how high that smoke goes up, and our radar can see that as that gets up higher. It's not blown quite as far on that direction. All right, so one last time, let me just give you a reminder of what we're looking at here. There's another view from Skyfox. So this is more over kind of like we're on Interstate 59 and we're kind of looking over at the fire from a southwesterly direction. We can kind of see that a little bit, and that smoke is blowing off to the north and more or less towards the city of Livingston and Goodrich. We're not expecting that the shelter in places do not include those areas at the moment. Our latest that we've heard from emergency management, it's just down to that 1 mile radius. All right, 14-mile-an-hour winds. That's the latest that I've got out of Cleveland. As I mentioned, that's going to be continuing to push that smoke a little bit. It'll continue to kind of fan the flames a little to make them a little bit stronger, but we're not exactly sure what's burning. We know typically we've been able to research what chemicals were at the plant. They're not good for you, but they're, again, a situation that smoke is not strong enough or concerned enough that the shelter in place has been expanded for that far. All right, so that's what I've got from the Weather Center right now. I'll go ahead and turn things back over to the folks at the anchor desk.
All right, thanks, John Dawson. We appreciate the update. If you're just now joining us for the first time, you're just tuning in to what's been happening. What we know is that around 8:30 this morning, an explosion triggered a large fire at a chemical plant in the town of Shepherd. All 40 employees are accounted for. That was certainly a relief to hear. These are pictures right now from Skyfox that was over the scene for the past hour or so. One person is in the hospital with severe burns. There is that shelter in place for that 1 mile radius around FM 1127. Goodrich ISD and a private school have been evacuated. We do not know what the chemicals are in the air. We did just get an update, though, from Shepherd ISD, and I'm going to read it to you. The San Jacinto Office of Emergency Management has declared all of Shepherd ISD safe from the chemical plant fire. Because of the wind direction, they are not required to shelter in place. If this changes, Shepherd will update families. Right now, they're not releasing for the day. They're going to continue school as normal. However, if you do want to pick up your student, you can do that at the campus front offices. That is, again, from Shepherd ISD.
We're also seeing an update from Colmesneil ISD. I mean, it's just amazing how many different counties and districts are affected in this. Colmesneil saying that all students are safe. No doors will be open until emergency management authorizes them to do so. At this time, all doors and windows are being taped shut in that area. Looking at the Tyler County Emergency Management Office, they are also monitoring this closely. So we've been talking about this shelter in place, how it's changed. Right now, I'm not seeing any changes put up by the Tyler County EOM earlier, about half an hour ago. They did say that the shelter in place was still in place for Rockland, Chester, and Colmesneil because of the wind direction and where that smoke was going. That's why they wanted to put the shelter in place for those areas. They're saying that that plume moving north into those cities and towns. So that's why they wanted that in place, recommending that the people there stay in place with the windows closed and that air off. Of course, we're keeping an eye on any updates if that is lifted, but I think people at this time do want to be as safe as possible, especially, you know, in this northwest Tyler County, as people are seeing this smoke move into their direction. We just got an update, Chelsea, right now from the Polk County Office of Emergency Management. They just sent this update out moments ago, and I want to pass along some of the information from you. They're looking into what this plant houses, what this plant known as Sound Resource Solutions has in it. And they say, according to records that they recently got from the TCEQ, the plant has reported housing wood turpentine, phosphoric acid, xylene, diesel fuel, sulfuric acid, isopropyl alcohol, and other forms of chemicals that are known to have acute toxicity, that are known to be carcinogenic, and have reproductive toxicity that may cause serious eye damage or eye irritation, along with skin corrosion or irritation, and organ toxicity. So we're talking about very serious chemicals that could have very serious effects on the body. Now, again, we don't know exactly the chemicals that are burning in the air, but that's according to recently received reports from the TCEQ. That's what the plant has reported housing. According to the San Jacinto County Office of Emergency Management, Sound Resource Solutions makes solvents for glue and paint remover. Right now,
all of this, all of the first responders in the field are working to get the necessary information from this petroleum processing plant. And this response, they say, is going to take some time because responders have had to request fire suppressant supplies through other departments and through other resources. And so this is not going to be a fire that is out within the next hour or two. This is going to take quite some time. North and southbound traffic on Highway 59 from Goodrich to Shepherd will stay shut down for the immediate time being. But again, the information just in here from the Polk County Office of Emergency Management, this is the first time that we are actually hearing the chemicals that the plant has reported housing and the damaging effects that these chemicals could have on one's body.
Yeah, I mean, just thinking about what these fire teams have to do to be able to put this out. Right now, we are hearing, we're hearing from officials right now. Let's take a look.
31 children. We went down there, we evacuated all 31 children. We took them to Shepherd Administration Building at the high school and are releasing those to their parents at this time. We had to evacuate them through a pasture. A man owns a large piece of property over there, and they were gracious enough to open the gates and allow these vehicles to traverse his land. That school is Wildwood Private School, and we had them all out of there by 9:15 a.m. There was one employee injured with burns, minor burns to his body is what I am being told at this time. And on location at the time, it was originally put out that there were 37 employees, but that's the total number of employees that they have. Only 19 of those employees were actually at work at that time. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Harfield. I'm the president of Sound Resource Solutions, and we don't have an official statement. We're going to send something out after we get investigations done. We have preliminary investigations done on what initially happened, but we want to verify everything. The last thing we need is a bunch of misinformation. We've been a part of the community since 2014. We employ almost 40 people, and our biggest focus right now, and what we're grateful for, is that every one of those people are going to be home eating dinner with their family tonight. We do have one employee that got hurt. He's being treated for minor burns at Memorial, so he's in good hands. He's being taken care of well, and that's really our biggest focus. The other thing, I'm here as a resource, but really the first responders have done an amazing job getting everything organized. They've been very cautious. They've made sure that everyone is safe. We've been overly cautious about the situation. We do oil-filled chemicals, we do paint and coatings chemicals, hazardous materials, yes, but it's the type of material you probably have under your kitchen sink. It's not to be taken lightly. Obviously, from what you see behind us, it's not to be taken lightly, but we've been doing it well for a long time, and we've always just wanted to be a positive part of the community. And moving forward, we're going to do everything that we can to make sure that anyone who has questions, anyone who wants to know what happened, what's going on, we want to be open. We've been here a long time. We plan on rebuilding. We plan on being a positive part of the community for a very long time.
I was going to say, when you look at this fire, there's certainly an impact on your business. You plan to...
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Once you assess
no,
what damage was done?
We work in a dangerous environment, but they're well-trained people. Everyone knows what they're doing. These are good jobs. We're going to make sure that we come back as fast as we can. There's process now. There's process now. I'm not worried about the business. All my people went home, and that's all I care about.
What kind of volume are we talking about? It seems like there's an awful lot of stuff that's still burning, and it's been going on for a long time.
We're a large manufacturer, sir. We bring in 30 truckloads of raw materials a day, and we ship out 30 truckloads every single day of finished goods. We do a lot of work. A lot of good people do good work. And so, yeah, it's a large operation.
Do you have storage tanks on site, that kind of stuff?
Tankers, and then storage raw goods. No storage tanks. So I'm sure that we'll learn more about what the ultimate, the final ending point is, but it's just going to be a beginning as far as we're concerned. We're going to be open. We're welcome. We're open to whatever questions you guys have. We want people to ask questions. We want people to get good information and know that you want people like us doing this type of work. I know it doesn't look like it today, but you do.
Do you all have any update on shelter in place? I know there's a 1 mile shelter in place.
I don't. I trust these guys 100%.
Yeah,
Every single person that I've spoken to, 100 people this morning, they're good people. You got good people working and making sure that everybody is safe here. And at the end of the day, as long as everyone's okay, the rest will be fixed. We can fix the rest.
Does the Office of Emergency Management have any updates on shelter in place? Thank you.
So the shelter in place, part of it was placed due to fire crews and emergency personnel needing to get in the location. The other stuff is due to the smoke plume. More information will be coming out later. We'll be having another press conference at 1 p.m. As right now, we're not going to answer any questions. So at 1 p.m. we'll be back here. Thank y'all and have a nice day.
Would you be able to tell us at least what is the plan for fighting? Is this burning it out, or are you guys going to get?
Once again, that will be discussed at 1 p.m. Thank y'all. Y'all have a good day.
All right, you were listening there to the president of Sound Resource Solutions and some of the officials who have been tasked with fighting this fire and controlling the emergency management side of things.
Yeah, so we were hearing directly from officials that 31 children at the Wildwood Private School, they were evacuated safely. They had to make their way through a pasture, some private land to be able to get to a safe space. We're also learning about who was at Sound Resource Solutions when these explosions happened. The president there saying that there were only 19 employees at work. They were all able to make it out safely. However, we do know of that one person who suffered injuries, burns, 1st and 3rd degree burns to the face and the arms. That person being treated at Memorial Hermann Hospital in the medical center.
This is live pictures again here coming to you from Skyfox. You can see just what an incredible difficult scene this is going to be for firefighters to get under control. This business is a total loss. The president of Sound Resource Solutions says they've been in the community since 2014 and that they want to be transparent with people who live there. They want to rebuild. They want to remain a part of the community and be good neighbors. They acknowledge that they work in a very dangerous environment and that they're committed to making this right.
Yeah, it's not common that we see presidents or owners of companies coming out in the midst of the emergency response to give updates or give additional information. That president saying that he is grateful for those employees that are going to be able to be at home with their families tonight. Also giving us more information on what happens at this plant. He says that they have quite the loads that they do every day, 30 truckloads of chemicals going in and out. He's saying that, this is not a situation to be taken lightly, and that's not how he's taken it. But he is grateful that these employees are safe. Again, one being treated, but he's saying that he's open to answering any questions that the public may have because he has been a supporter of that community.
They have done a preliminary investigation. They have an idea of what happened, but he would not share that yet. Say we're waiting for more information before we put that out. We are getting an idea, according to the Polk County Office of Emergency Management, about the chemicals that are reportedly housed there on site at Sound Resource Solutions. These are reportedly toxic chemicals that could cause major damage if breathed in, and so that is the concern there and why the shelter in place is taking place within that 1 mile radius. We have our reporter Natalie He now live for us outside of Memorial Hermann, where that one employee who did suffer burns is being treated. Natalie, do you have any updates from the hospital?
Sally, right now we are still waiting to hear on more details. As we just heard from authorities a few moments ago, we have heard that it's one male employee that's being treated here at Memorial Hermann. That's one of 19 people who were inside. Everyone else accounted for, so that one male employee being treated here at the hospital after sustaining minor burns, according to authorities there, 1st and 3rd degree injuries to the face and to the arm. And right now, that's all we know. We've been here now waiting for any updates to get a kind of sense of how severe exactly are we talking about, what the treatment plan is going to be. and what condition they are in exactly. So right now, all of those questions remain unanswered, but we will stay here on the ground outside of Memorial Hermann, waiting to hear any updates and to see if they can provide us any other additional details. Sally.
Okay. That was Natalie He reporting for us from the Med Center. Natalie, thank you for that update there. We want to get you back to these live pictures right now coming in from Sound Resource Solutions, this petroleum processing plant on FM 1127 in Shepherd, where earlier this morning, about 3 hours ago, an explosion triggered a large fire. We heard just moments ago that 19 employees who were on site have all been accounted for, and that shelter in place, though, does remain for a 1-mile radius around FM 1127. Goodrich ISD and a private school have been evacuated. We're still waiting to learn more from officials. They promised us another news conference coming up at 1 o'clock, so in about 90 minutes from now. Some of the questions that we still don't have answers to is how do they plan to fight this fire? They have had to call on multiple resources in order to figure out the next steps here. And so we expect to ask them exactly what the response operation may look like, because this is not going to just be a one-day response. They are going to need to be there for quite some time and request, certain fire suppressant supplies through their mutual aid partners to make sure they have what they need to get this fire out. According to the San Jacinto County Emergency Management, this particular plant makes solvents for glue and paint remover. The president of the company even said this is something that, you may have under your kitchen sink, but he also said, we do want to acknowledge that we don't take it lightly what is burning, and that they do work in a very dangerous environment, and that the consequences may be much more than we know right now because of what is reportedly housed there. Some of these chemicals that are known to have or cause acute toxicity and eye irritation, skin irritation, and other things. If you have any plans to head north toward the Lake Livingston area, please know north and southbound traffic on Highway 59 from Goodrich to Shepherd remains shut down. All Goodrich ISD staff and students have been evacuated to Onalaska ISD. Livingston ISD is sheltering in place, as are a number of other ISDs, including Shepherd ISD as well. They updated us just about 20 minutes ago, saying that the Office of Emergency Management declared Shepherd ISD safe from the chemical plant fire, and because of the wind direction, they are not required to shelter in place. However, if that changes, they will update you. They're not releasing students at this time, but if you want to pick up your student, you can do so at a campus front office. There's a list of some of the school districts right now. Onalaska has had no action taken. In fact, they're the drop-off point for Goodrich ISD right now. If your student is in Goodrich ISD, they have made it up to Onalaska, their evacuation point, and so you can pick up your child at the junior senior high school stadium. Just bring your photo ID with you. Back to those live pictures now here of this large plume of smoke that continues to burn at Sound Resource Solutions there on FM 1127. We're getting a closer look now at some of the flames. You have to remember that this is somebody's place of business. This is somebody's company, and it looks like this is a complete loss here. And so a lot of emotions for, the president of the company. He said first and foremost, he's just concerned about his employees and so thankful that all of them are going to be able to go home and hug their families tonight. No deaths reported. He even said that the one employee who suffered burns, that the burns are considered to be minor. So that is certainly the good news out of a very serious situation. Oftentimes when we see large chemical fires like this, the results are much different, with multiple injuries, if not deaths, reported. And so to hear that all 19 employees who were on site at the time made it out safely, only one injury, that is certainly the good news that is coming out of this right now. You can only imagine, though, how scared some of these kids were, who had to be evacuated through a pasture. 31 students from Wildwood Private School, which is very close to this plant, had to be walked through a pasture early this morning, just about 15-20 minutes after that fire broke out, to make it to safety. Officials focusing on them right away because of the close proximity to that school, to this plant, but they're all okay with their families right now, and we just have that shelter-in-place order now for the 1-mile radius around FM 1127. For anyone who is on that road and wants to get out and wants to leave their home, they have provided ways to do that, with people escorting homeowners or landowners or business owners out of that area. But as you can see, this is a rural area. Shepherd and the surrounding towns are considered to be rural areas, but still, nobody wants to be in the path of this smoke right now.
Yeah, I believe that's what makes it difficult for the fire teams out there. Often they have limited supplies, and dealing with a chemical fire like this, we're expecting for them to have to use the foam response, not just being able to respond with water, but having to use this special foam that is able to cool and separate what's causing this fire to continue to burn. These foams, they actually smother the fire and the vapors. Lena DeFlores was talking earlier about what could possibly be burning at this time, and things that are not meant to be mixed. And we're watching this fire, it's concerning what could be interacting with each other. And we've been seeing, this, not just the fire burning, but it looks like, little fireballs in the midst as we've been watching these flames. So plenty of concerns, but multiple agencies responding at this time. I mean, you mentioned that this was in a rural area, so that also adds to the challenge, having to make their way, because there aren't roads as close to where this fire is burning to this plant. So it looks like they're having to park further away and work their way up to the fire and respond to it in that way. So far we know Conroe, one of those, helping out the Shepherd Fire Department there, several other agencies responding, and we're still seeing this black plume of smoke extending to other counties. We did hear from the Livingston Fire Department. I'm not sure if we still have that response ready to go, an initial call that they received in this emergency situation. You have to imagine that people were frightened, as you mentioned, the children frightened, parents frightened, not knowing what's going on. But this is an emergency call that the Livingston Fire Department received.
It's all firemen. San Jacinto requesting assistance. It's going to be for a chemical fire. It's going to be at 731 FM 1127. It is going to be large with injuries.
All right, so now we know that those injuries, really one employee who was injured in all of that. Originally, we were told about 40 employees worked at this plant. Only 19 were there at the time when this happened. That one employee who suffered, as the president described, president of the company described as minor burns, being treated at Memorial Hermann Hospital, but thankfully those other employees able to get out safely. And I think that is the main takeaway looking at all of this, that there was no loss of life.
Certainly. Now the big question is, what is burning? Well, now 3 hours into this, we just got this word now from Polk County Emergency Management. They say that the TCEQ, the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, is now mobilizing an air monitoring unit to set up in Polk County. This will provide more information about the hazards that we're dealing with and the appropriate safety measures to take. They did determine that only that 1 mile shelter-in-place radius is needed. The TCEQ air monitoring will hopefully shed light on the chemicals that are in the air, and then people will be advised from that point on what steps to take. Now, when we'll get that information, how long it will take the TCEQ to let us know what the air quality is like, we don't know. We hope sooner rather than later, because certainly that is on the minds of anyone who lives in this area. How in the world are we going to continue to live the next few days here with this fire still burning, with smoke still in the air, not knowing what exactly the situation is there. By the way, they are setting up an emergency shelter at the Shepherd Community Center. So if you do need to get out of the situation you're in right now, just know that the Shepherd Community Center is being set up as an emergency shelter.
But of course, you are being advised, if you don't have to be in this area, to avoid it at all costs. There's still a backup happening on 59 in this area, according to the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office. That's been extending into their area. Now, the Polk County Sheriff's Office is reporting that traffic is now shut down at US 190 and Highway 59. So all traffic southbound, that's going to be rerouted to Highway 156 or I-45, depending on which way you are traveling. Then FM 3278, that is not open to traffic unless you have proof of residency. But we are advising that if you do not have to be in that area or travel in or out of that area, that you avoid it at all costs. We still have emergency crews trying to get in and respond to this massive fire.
Mm-hmm. We continue to look at these live pictures coming to us from Skyfox over the scene of the petroleum processing plant that is on fire following a series of explosions. Our reporter Jade Fleury has just made her way to the scene. She is on the ground. Jade, tell us where you are and what you're seeing.
Yeah, we are right outside of the fire. You can see the plume of smoke here still going. The fire is still burning, and this is as close as we can get to the incident. I'm going to step out of the way so our photographer can zoom in on the plume. A source tells Fox 26 that so far one person has been injured and is being taken to Memorial Hermann Hospital. That source tells us that person has first-degree burns to the face and second and third-degree burns to the arms. And we did listen to the president of Sound Resource Solutions, and he says 19 people were working when the fire broke out around 8 this morning. He also says that the manufacturing plant works with diesel and other liquids. They also transfer and store industrial chemicals and raw materials. Right now, fire trucks, hazmat teams, and ambulances are responding to the fire. The San Jacinto County Office of Emergency Management is asking residents within a 1-mile radius of the fire to shelter in place. Officials also say a private school located on FM 1127 has been evacuated to the Shepherd ISD Administration Building, and all schools in Goodrich ISD have been evacuated as well. And later we will be speaking to some of the residents who say that they saw the fire break out. Back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, Jade, before you go, are you smelling anything in the air right now? What does it feel like being where you are?
Surprisingly, right now there are no scents in the air, but we did speak to a resident on the phone who says that she had been smelling things within the vicinity earlier this week.
Yeah, we saw those same reports on the Polk County Office of Emergency Management Facebook page that multiple people were calling in reporting a strange chemical odor. We don't, of course, know yet if that is connected in any way to the explosion at the plant there. Jade, give us an idea of the area around you and what it was like getting there with 59 being shut down. How were you able to make it there, and what was the scene like? I'm sure there were fire trucks and ambulances everywhere you looked.
Yeah, with 59 being shut down, we had to find a back way to get here. It was very difficult. We had to get approval. And again, like you said, there are fire trucks, EMS, hazmat teams out here, all responding to the incident.
Okay, that's Jade Fleury, who is on the scene there. You'll watch for her reports later on throughout the day here on Fox 26 and also online, fox26houston.com. We want to take you back now to live pictures from Skyfox and that huge plume of smoke that is. Skyfox has just been providing us unbelievably wild views of the situation here all morning long. For the past 3 hours, we have been watching this petroleum processing plant burning in this small town of Shepherd, about an hour north of Houston, just south of Livingston, not far from the southern border of Lake Livingston.
All right, we also have a Atascocita Fire Department, one of the responding agencies, on the phone to give us an update. Who do we have here?
Hi, this is Sean Conley, Assistant Chief of the Atascocita Fire Department.
Hey, Chief Connolly, what are you seeing at this time?
We have one of our ambuses on scene, and we were going to give some information about what that is.
Okay, tell us what that is.
All right. So the state has 16 ambuses. The ambuses are used as MICU ambulances. They essentially replace about 10 ambulances, so they can be used in mass casualty situations. They're very versatile. They can be used in fire rehab, as well as evacuating people from dangerous areas, etc.
So are you currently helping to evacuate anyone?
We're currently in a staging area waiting for an assignment. We were there for initial response, for evacuation, and now for rehab of firefighters.
Chief, has there been a determination of how firefighters plan to attack this fire? What does the operation look like?
I really can't answer that. Typically, sometimes chemical fires are best to be left to burn out rather than fight the fire. Sometimes the chemical that's burning, if you put it out, can become more dangerous for the community.
That's interesting.
When you see this type of smoke, I'm sure you've seen the pictures and you've seen the video. When you see this kind of thick black smoke, what does that tell you?
The thick black smoke tells me that there's a lot of carbon burning in the fire, which is indicative of a chemical fire.
Okay, so you mentioned helping with the rehab of firefighters. How long do you think these firefighters can respond to this for the individual firefighter? This is a warm day. We know how much equipment you all have to carry and wear in a response like this. How quickly might we see these firefighters being rotated out?
That's going to depend on how they attack the fire, but in conjunction with the Southeast Texas Regional Advisory Council, we've deployed the bus and are prepared to be there for several days or even weeks.
That gives you an idea right there of how serious this situation is. You could be there for several days or even weeks. If not water, Chief, to put the fire out, then what would be used?
There's several different tactics. I'm not sure what tactics they would use. If it's safe, depending on what chemical's burning, you could use water, different types of foam, or again, the strategy may just be to let it burn out.
Will you also need to stay in place for any residents who may be experiencing any symptoms of irritation if they have breathed in this smoke?
Yeah, absolutely. Our priority is the community, first response to the facility, and now that we know that the single injured person has been transported, our priorities would divert to the firefighters and or the community, so we would be available for any of that.
Chief, the Polk County Office of Emergency Management just said that the TCEQ is mobilizing an air monitoring unit to set up there near the scene to hopefully provide more information about the types of chemicals and hazards that we're dealing with. How long do you think might it take before we know what chemicals are in the air?
Yeah, again, that would be to the local authorities there. TCEQ can know, or a hazmat team could know within minutes, maybe hours, as far as what's burning. The facility should be able to provide a list of what's burning as well.
So give us an idea of what firefighters are doing right now as we continue to see the flames and the smoke. Are they more in a defensive position around this facility? They're not actively attacking the fire right now?
I'm not sure whether they're attacking the fire or not, but this type of fire typically demands a defensive position and protecting surrounding areas.
What are some things that you are going to need to look for when it comes to residents who may need your assistance out there?
First we're going to, wait to hear if there's any complaints. Obviously, the shelter in place is there to prevent some of this. But if we get complaints and we're able to deal with any type of respiratory or other type of burn or what have you that may result from the smoke or the fire.
Chief, is there anything else that you can think of that would benefit people who are in this area right now watching, who are concerned about the direction of this plume of smoke, or concerned about how long it's going to take for this to fully be out and for their lives to get back to normal?
Well, unfortunately, at this point in time, it just takes patience. Patience is the safest thing to do. Don't rush. Don't get out. If you're advised to stay inside until you're otherwise advised by authorities.
And Chief, can you talk a little bit about the response from so many agencies, I mean, including Atascocita, maybe because of the size or the limited resources of the single fire department out there?
So we're kind of a big team, if you will. So we tend to help our neighbors locally and regionally. The ambulance is designed to respond regionally across the state and is a true state asset. So when there's large incidences like this, other types of mass casualty incidences, storm responses, assets like the ambulance respond to help our neighbors and regional partners to mitigate that and to help the communities that are affected.
And how quickly are you able to respond to something like this? From what we've seen, this started about 8:30 in the morning. I mean, Atascocita is at least 40 minutes away from Shepherd. What does it take to be able to join in these efforts?
So it was an immediate response. The way we have it managed is we send our on-duty crews in the ambulance. So they did leave immediately once they were called. And literally, just as you said, the drive there was as long as it took to get there. And it was an emergency response. So, and with this particular location in proximity to Atascocita, it wasn't really that far.
How many agencies would you estimate are there or are responding to this situation now? I mean, are we talking dozens?
Yeah, at least dozens are there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. Well, Chief, from the Atascocita Fire Department, we really appreciate your time calling in to us here on Fox 26, and we hope you'll continue to update us, and thank you for all that you do to keep people safe and to help mitigate this situation as best as possible.
Great. Thank you very much.
Interesting hearing him saying that sometimes in these cases, these fires just have to burn out. So they are prepared to be there for hours, for days, responding to any needs of the community, because, there's going to be quite the cleanup process after this. We're still trying to find out exactly what is floating around in the air out there and what may be on the ground affecting, hopefully not, but, something that they'll have to check for if it's affecting the well water systems out there as well.
Not only do you have the fire, but then after that you have what is presumably going to be a hazmat situation to clean up with all of those chemicals involved, and the company appearing to be just a total loss. We are continuing to bring you live pictures now here from Skyfox as we continue to follow the latest from Shepherd and from nearby counties like Polk County as well. If you're just joining us, we heard from officials about an hour or so ago now. They let us know that they're going to wait for more information before they give any kind of details about what may have happened to trigger these explosions about 4 hours ago. But what we do know, and what we're so thankful for, is that all 19 employees who were there at the time are accounted for. One injury. This company, Sound Resource Solutions, has been in the Shepherd community since 2014, and they want to just be overly cautious about how they handle the situation now going forward. They say that they've been handling dangerous chemicals for a long time. They believe that they have done a good job, and they want to be transparent about whatever happened here so that they can make sure it doesn't happen again. They want to rebuild. They want to be a part of the community. So we take a live look now at these flames. I mean, still just raging. We're talking massive flames here as Skyfox has gotten a little bit closer now to the scene. He did mention, the president, right, Chelsea, that there are no tanks, no storage tanks on site, but they are in the business of shipping out, I mean, dozens of truckloads of finished goods. They deal with a lot of glue and plastics, and they're constantly shipping out goods.
Yeah, I mean, you could see just looking at this picture, and he mentioned that they are a large manufacturer. So they are shipping out 30 truckloads a day of these, what they're creating, taking in chemicals and shipping out daily. And you can see by the extent of just what we're looking at right now. This is a large facility, so that's certainly concerning for the residents out there. How long is this going to go on? And the Atascocita fire chief telling us that they, in some of these cases, they have to let these chemicals burn out. But of course, that's raising more questions about what is in the air. People within that 1 mile radius still being told to shelter in place. So we've heard from the school district saying that they've even taped windows and doors shut to try to prevent this from coming inside. And we're still watching where this smoke is going, because that's continuing to affect other counties and other schools in the area.
TCEQ, according to their records, the plant has reported housing a number of things like wood turpentine, phosphoric acid, sulfuric acid, acetic acid, and these chemicals are known to have acute toxicity, which could cause serious reactions like eye damage, eye irritation, and other problems to the body. So these are not chemicals to mess around with at all. This company makes solvents for glue and paint remover specifically. So right now, the emergency management offices and multiple agencies that are responding are speaking with this company to find out a little bit more. They do plan to update us again within the next hour. At 1 o'clock is the next update that they told us we would get. Meantime, more roads continue to be shut down here in the Shepherd Livingston area because of the massive response. So if you have plans to go near Shepherd or Livingston, I would advise against it right now, just because it's very difficult to get there. Our crews have had to go back ways and even get special permission to get into that area. So not only is 59 shut down, but now you've got some of the side roads that are also shut down around there. They just, out of an abundance of caution, want to keep people away from this scene. Our crews, in fact, are far away from it as well.
Oh yeah, you can see that it's in a very grassy area. You see a lot of fields surrounding that area. So also, the evacuations that did take place, we heard from the officials there about the private school in the area where they had to evacuate more than 30 children who had to, walk through a privately owned pasture to be able to get to safety. So you also wonder about how these fire crews are able to respond. We've shown pictures earlier of where they are in relation to where this fire is. So again, wondering if they are just having to wait this out, how long that could take, if they are waiting on these firefighting foam supplies to come in. Hopefully we'll be able to hear more from officials. We are expecting another update in about an hour. So hopefully we can get more info on that. Meanwhile, we've been keeping an eye on the school district's responses in the area. Goodrich ISD, we're told that the schools have been evacuated. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that, and they did evacuate to Onalaska, and parents have been picking kids up there at the senior high school stadium. Livingston ISD, they're just holding kids in classrooms. Shepherd ISD says they've been told that they're safe from the plant fire, and so it's business as usual at Shepherd ISD campuses. Although parents, if you want to pick your kids up, you can do so at the front offices. Onalaska has not taken any immediate action, but within that 1 mile radius, people have been told to shut off the AC because we still just don't know the effects of the chemicals in the air right now.
Yeah, and I'll add to that, we did hear from Combsneil ISD. There are certain schools in the area that may not be as close to the fire, but but they are, in that direction of where that smoke is heading. So they're taking precautions out there. Combs Mill saying that all the students are safe. No doors will be open until emergency management authorizes them to do so. This is one of those school districts where they are saying that they are taping the doors and windows shut for the safety of the students and staff. 2
more ISDs to mention as well. Leggett ISD sheltering in place. Corrigan, Camden also sheltering in place. So the only one that's been evacuated has been Goodrich ISD, which again was evacuated to Onalaska, along with that private school, Wildwood Private School, which involved 31 children being evacuated through a pasture to safety, and then they were reunited with family members following that.
And I believe we mentioned Lufkin. They've posted that they are monitoring the situation at this time. Local emergency management teams have advised that they are safe over in Lufkin ISD. If things change, they are prepared to immediately contact parents of the students there.
Wow.
And they do plan to post if anything changes.
All the way in Lufkin
All the way
ISD.
in Lufkin, they're needing to monitor.
I mean, just to give you an idea, that's not in the Houston viewing area. That is a separate, television market area. So all the way in Lufkin ISD, they're monitoring this situation that is taking place here in Shepherd, San Jacinto County, right on the border with Polk County there. As we zoom out here on our Skyfox camera, I mean, you can tell that this plume of smoke is being seen for miles around. We have been getting multiple viewer videos sent in. If it's safe for you to send in your video, please do so. You can send it to us on our Fox 26 Facebook page. You can tag one of us and we'll see it as well. We're just so thankful that everybody has been accounted for and that there is only one injury. The president of Sound Resource Solutions updated us, in fact, to say that the injuries, the burns that employee suffered are believed to be minor.
Yeah, again, he mentioned that what is burning or what is being made at that plant are things that you would find under your kitchen sink. But we also know that if those things get into your system or, your eyes, or there could be consequences, permanent damage. So that's why we're keeping such a close eye, asking these questions about what these chemicals are, trying to find out what the effects may be on the community there as people, either evacuate or are told to stay in place there. So we're definitely a lot of questions about what could be happening. Again, we're still seeing that black smoke. So that tells us that, as we spoke with the Atascocita fire chief, that there is a chemical continuing to burn there. We are not sure how long that fire is going to continue. He tells us that they may have to let it burn out because sometimes it's more dangerous for firefighters to respond. So keeping an eye on that, of course, as well as your school districts, what's being done, what are the plans for dismissal, some of those school districts allowing a pickup at this time. We are posting updates on our website at fox26houston.com if you do need to take a look at that. But again, this plume of smoke you can see from our Skyfox camera continuing to extend. Also, one person injured, that person taken to the hospital, treated for minor burns, but 19 other employees able to evacuate this plant safely. We've got Heather Sullivan here joining us. Heather, what have you been able to see while you've been watching all this unfold?
We're going to pause just a moment to open our next newscast.
Okay.
And good afternoon. Thanks so much for joining us. We have been covering breaking news throughout the morning for about 3 hours now of a plant fire in Shepherd that has resulted in one person being injured at the hospital. Thankfully, we're hearing that those injuries are minor, but this is a chemical plant. And as you can see, it's a pretty serious fire that's been burning for about 3 hours now. We are thankfully hearing there were about 19 employees on site. They have all been accounted for, and we just have the one injury, but there's been a shelter in place that's been ordered since this began, and it's now within about a 1 mile radius of this area, and some schools have had to be evacuated as well.
Right. So we have Natalie He live at Memorial Hermann, where the one burn victim is being treated. Do we have Natalie?
That's exactly right. And we're still waiting to find out more details about what condition they're in right now. We understand that it was one male employee that was inside the facility at the time when the explosion happened. We're told from our sources that they sustained first and third degree injuries to the face and to the arm. So right now they are being treated here at Memorial Hermann Hospital, and we are waiting to find out more information, who exactly this person was, how old they were, what condition they're in, and if the treatment plan is going to be any different considering the chemicals that were included in that explosion. So lots of questions still unanswered, but we will remain here on the ground at Memorial Hermann Hospital to bring you those details as soon as we learn them. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Okay, Natalie, thank you very much. She's again reporting live for us from Memorial Hermann on that one patient who was injured, and we're very thankful to be hearing that the injuries there are minor. And again, that was the only injury reported. You are looking at some live pictures now from Skyfox over the area. You can see the plume of smoke is pretty serious. And then you guys were just talking about, in fact, the Lufkin area, which is pretty far away. That's kind of the scope of concern about what could, how this could be affecting air quality. We don't know exactly what chemicals may be burning, but it is a chemical plant that makes paint thinners and things like that. So there's a lot of concern about what this is putting out into the air.
Yeah, how it's affecting the environment. So again, we have the shelter in place for 1 mile in that area. 59 still closed both ways. So again, we advise that if you can avoid that area, do so at all costs. They are only allowing people in with an ID in certain parts of this because of course they want to keep people as far away as possible and also keep those roads open for emergency crews. They are going to have to rotate them out as they continue to fight this blaze or even stand by to help with the community out there. We're keeping an eye on what the effects may be. Let's go ahead and speak with our reporter Jade Fleury, also out there on the ground. Jade, have you seen any people being affected by this, or are people mostly staying in place, staying in their homes?
Yeah, most people are staying in their homes, and officials are not letting anybody get close to the chemical plant. You can see the fire still burning at Sound Resource Solutions right here behind me. We're about a half mile to a mile away from the fire, and this is as close as we can get to the chemical plant. One person has been injured and has been taken to Memorial Hermann. That person has first-degree burns to the face and second and third-degree burns to the arms. The president of Sound Resource Solutions says 19 people were working at the time when the fire broke out. He also says that the plant works with industrial chemicals like diesel and other liquids, bringing in and shipping out about 30 truckloads of materials a day. The San Jacinto County Office of Emergency Management is asking residents within a 1 mile radius to shelter in place. Officials also say 31 children at a private school located on FM 1127 have been evacuated to the Shepherd ISD administration building, and all schools in Goodrich ISD have been evacuated as well. And right now there are fire trucks, hazmat teams, and ambulances responding to the explosion and fire. And we will be speaking with some residents who witnessed the event, as well as bringing in more information as it comes in.
All right, Jade Fleury reporting live there from the area about the evacuations that have been taking place. She mentioned there was a private school. There are 31 students there. That was the Wildwood Private School. And then we've been updating you about some of the other local schools, how they've been responding. But we want to check in right now with meteorologist John Dawson to give us a look at, we're watching this giant plume of smoke. Obviously, the wind is going to be a concern. So can you give us an update on what kind of conditions these firefighters are dealing with?
Well, I tell you, these aren't great conditions as far as the wind is concerned. There's a couple different things sort of happening, and for the basics, though, is that this is a south wind. That means that if you're north of the area, that's where your concern is going to be, because it's going to be moving from the south to the north is what we're going to be seeing. So the bigger picture, again, shows everything pretty much blowing to the north, anywhere from 5 to 10, even some areas up to 15 miles an hour. So for those of you who are trying to get an idea, where are we talking about here? This is going to be up near Lake Livingston. So going to kind of help zoom in a little bit here and get an idea of where we're talking about. Again, this is Lake Livingston. This is going to be San Jacinto County. This is going to be Polk County. And this line that divides the counties is the Trinity River. And where we're looking at is just to the south of that Trinity River, or just to the south of the county line, pretty much right underneath my 59 here on that, indicating the Highway 59. And so the closest major observation site that we have is going to be Cleveland, where currently has a maximum sustained wind of around 7 miles an hour. That's great when you can get a wind under 10 miles an hour, but the problem is that it's fluctuating a little bit. We could see Conroe with as much of a 10-mile-an-hour wind as well, and I've been checking on the gusts as well. And the gusts aren't always giving us a reliable report, so I don't have a gust at this point, but as much as 15 to 17 miles an hour has also been something that we're looking at. So let me zoom in just a little bit more. I put an icon on the screen here just to kind of give you a better representation of where the plant is, where that fire is. And you can see, again, here's that county line. Here's the Trinity River that we were talking about, and it's just near FM 1127 over to the east side of Highway 59. That's south of Goodrich. It's going to be north of Shepherd. And so the wind flow, since we're looking at a south wind, it'll continue to kind of blow this direction. Now, fortunately, our wind isn't really, the smoke at least, isn't really making impacts outside of a mile from where this fire is taking place. So originally we had a shelter in place that was a much larger scope, and then they narrowed it down to 5 miles, and then they focused it more or less just to the north of the spot. And last report that I've heard is that we're still looking at that 1 mile in which they're advising folks the shelter in place. And again, I would make it even more specific that you really need to make sure if you're north of there, that would be the concern. Again, part of that shelter in place and part of that just giving you a reference of where we're talking about. This is going to be the end of the Livingston. This is where the dam is located before it gets back into the Trinity River. That is about 5 miles from the location. So this, again, is a bit of a bigger scope than what we're concerned with. But I just kind of wanted to give that reference of where we're talking about this fire being located and where we're looking right now. At points, at times today, we've been able to see the smoke on our radar. But I've got an hour's worth of data that I'm lapsing right now, and there is no rain across the area, and we're not seeing the smoke anymore. So that could mean a couple different things as far as why we're not seeing the smoke currently. You can tell from the video on your screen there that those are live images from our Skyfox, and the smoke is certainly being created still. The fire is still going, so we know that the fire is creating the smoke. We know that it's still burning, but our radar has to see higher in the atmosphere. It has to see up high. It can't see right at the surface. So that smoke has to rise up before we can get the radar beam to kind of come across it and recognize that, hey, this isn't just normal air. There's something going on here. Normally, it would find raindrops, right? Well, this can even just see those small particulates that make up that smoke, and it can recognize that as not being just normal air that we're seeing. But we're not getting the smoke to rise that much. So there's either going to be less of it, or the winds could be carrying it more horizontal to the surface, or in other words, not letting it rise as much. And then we also have potential for a temperature inversion, which basically would mean that our air is warmer in upper levels, and that would make it very difficult for the air to rise as well up to a certain point, and then it kind of gets forced and leveled off because of the temperature differences. That's a lot of information kind of all piled into one here, but the bottom line is I'm currently not able to see the smoke from the radar. And we're really just kind of focused on the winds and focused on what's happening at the surface. So we're going to back it back out to kind of, again, see where we were with our winds. You can see now we've got 7-mile-an-hour winds in the Cleveland area. And remember, we're talking about the fire being right generally here where I've got the 59 representing Highway 59. Conroe's got 10-mile-an-hour winds. Huntsville's got 9-mile-an-hour winds. So overall, we want those winds to be less than 10 miles an hour because that prevents that winds from kind of spreading. If you'll remember, when we're talking about wildfires, we're always concerned with the winds because it can help spread the wildfires. And I was a bit concerned with that earlier. So watching the video quite closely, it doesn't look like that it is strong enough to really spread it past. Remember, we're still dry. We still have a lot of wooded area there. This is the piney woods that we're talking about. And it doesn't look like that fire is able to spread quite quickly. So that building facility probably has some grounds that are fairly cleared around it that help kind of prevent that kind of thing from happening. So some of this just fortunate, and then some of it is good planning to kind of make that sure that some of that is happening. So continuing to watch again the radar. I don't see the smoke at the moment. We've got the winds that we've kind of continuing to monitor as well. So I think let's go ahead and wrap it up here from the Weather Center as far as what I've been able to notice. All of my observations have been from a distance, from a radar. We've got folks on the ground there giving you a little bit more information. And of course, our Skyfox imagery video giving some great clear detail as well. But that'll do it from the Weather Center. I'll go ahead and get it back to the anchor desk.
JD, before you go, just one quick question.
Sure.
Because the officials have been talking about this could burn for a few days. I know we're expecting some rain in on Friday. What are your thoughts on, will that perhaps be a help in this situation if we're still dealing with something that's burning at that point?
Yeah, certainly. There's a lot that can go into that because typically when you have a system that's going to bring some rain, you're also going to increase your winds and you might change your wind direction a little bit. So a lot of that to all sort of take into account. We're really not looking for widespread rain until Friday morning. So I'm not sure how long this is going to last. It's been our officials have been very slow to release information as far as about what specifically they think is burning. And to be honest, I've been watching video all morning. I haven't seen any sort of actual firefighting that's been taking place. My casual distance observation is that they're letting this burn out. Again, there's been no confirmation of that. I'm just telling you the pictures that I've seen, and I haven't seen every single picture out there, but it doesn't look like they're actively fighting this fire at the moment. They're kind of letting it do its thing, which is very much a tactic that's used in a situation like this. So, I mean, that's something that is purposely done because it's safe for everybody, or the safest thing you can do for everybody. But back to your specific question about, the changing and the weather conditions. During the day, the rest of the day today, we're not really looking for a lot of changes to take place. We do have that inversion that I talked about, where that warmer level is going to keep the smoke from really rising too much, but our winds haven't caused too much of a problem. And we've got the monitoring that's taking place near it to make sure we know what kind of the smoke is there and if there's things that are dangerous in it. And we'll look for some rain and a bigger switch and a change in our weather pattern on Friday morning very early. So that's, while we're looking for more clouds across the area tomorrow, again, I don't think that the weather is going to be a huge factor in this. And as we've talked about, sometimes water is good to use as far as fighting a fire, and then sometimes it's not as good to use as far as fighting a fire. So I'm sure that our firefighters are making all the best decisions as far as that's concerned, and the way that they're handling the tactics right now and what they'll plan for the future.
Yeah, and to your point, thank you, JD. When you guys were talking to the Atascocita Fire Department, he was saying that's a possibility. They may have to just let it burn itself out.
Exactly. So something else we are monitoring, again, expecting another update within the hour from officials out there. So maybe we'll get more answers as to how exactly they are attacking this. So we are going to take a quick break. We'll have more on this breaking news out of Shepherd when we come back. Welcome back. We are covering breaking news out of the Shepherd area where a massive chemical fire is happening. This is after explosions around 8:30 this morning. So we have teams on the ground there. Also, we've been speaking to local officials trying to get information, especially for the residents out in that area.
We're going to go live right now to our reporter Dominique Keith, who says that she's actually not too far out from where this fire is, to get an update on what she's learning from some of the residents there. Can you give us a little idea about where you're located and what you're seeing out there?
Yeah, we're less than 10 minutes from the Resource Sound Solutions where the explosion happened, and the fire has been burning out of control for hours now. There's a lot of traffic because Highway 59 is shut down due to the fire. Now, one resident here, Chris Allen. Chris, you've been stuck in this traffic like a lot of people. Yes. Where are you headed right now?
I was just headed to this Family Dollar to get some groceries, so I guess it's closed because of this explosion, so I have to go to the grocery store across the street now.
If you can even make it there.
I don't even know if I can turn. The traffic's so bad. This is the most traffic I've ever seen in this town in 30 years, and I didn't hear anything, and I'm not that close to it, but you can see the smoke and everything. It's clearly pretty bad.
And we have been smelling, I guess it depends on which way the wind is blowing. Yeah, we've been smelling a really heavy smell of chemicals in the air.
I'm actually a pipeline surveyor, and so I know kind of what's going on. Somebody didn't do their job very good, and you're smelling some sort of chemical. I'm not sure what it is exactly, but...
Well, and just responding to you saying somebody's not doing their job very good. We don't know exactly what happened yet. We're waiting for we're waiting for the official word to be explained to us. But what have you been smelling? Strong chemical smell?
I have not. This is the first time I've been out of that house this morning. I woke up late. And I didn't know anything was about it. And but yeah, I do smell a little something every now and then. I went to the trash, which is about a mile away that way, and I smelled it over there. And probably not much to say about that.
Yeah. Thank you so much, and be safe. I know you're trying to maneuver the traffic, so be safe. Thank you for chatting with us.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, this is Church Street right here, which is also Highway 223, and this traffic is being diverted from Highway 59. It's headed up to Loop 424. So you definitely want to stay away from Highway 59 in the area of Shepherd here in San Jacinto County, because they are not letting anyone through there on Highway 59, as we've seen lots of hazmat crews who are going through that area on Highway 59 as they try to still get everything under control, get the fire, the flames under control, and as they also try to figure out exactly what caused that explosion this morning. Now, some of the residents that I've been speaking with say that they're not sure if it's related, but they say yesterday they smelled a really strong chemical smell, and they say after living in this area for decades, they just typically don't smell that smell. But yesterday they say there was a really strong chemical smell, and they are speculating and wondering if what they were smelling yesterday has to do with the explosion that happened this morning. Now, several residents also that I spoke with who live very close to the plant where the explosion happened this morning, they tell me that they want to leave because that they, even inside, they say that the smell of the chemicals is getting inside, so they want to leave. And they are told that they can leave, but once they leave, they're not able to go back home because they live so close to that structure. And so they're telling me they don't want to risk having to stay out and not being able to get back home if they're ready to come back home. So at this point, you certainly want to avoid Highway 59 because they are detouring traffic because it is closed. And there was another. It depends on the shift of the wind. That strong chemical smell is coming and going, even as they try to get those flames under control. And for now, we're live in Shepherd. I'm Dominique Keith, Fox 26 News.
Dominique, before you go, I just wanted to ask you about, can you describe, you've been saying it's sort of a chemical smell, but does it smell familiar to you in any way? And are you feeling anything, if you took a deep breath?
I don't feel nauseous or anything like that. I do feel a little bit scratchy in my throat at the times when that strong chemical smell comes along. But when the wind sort of blows it away, it goes away, but it's coming and going. And I've covered a number of these chemical fires, and I guess the only thing I can say is that it smells like a chemical fire. I'm trying to think of what I can equate that to. maybe if you open like polish remover, because I know there's some acetate that's supposedly burning in the building. Maybe if you open polish remover, or just the smell of chemicals burning is what it smells like, and it does kind of get in your throat, and a little bit aggravating to the throat, but I don't feel nauseous or anything like that.
Oh, well, Dominique, we definitely want you to stay safe, get somewhere where you can breathe a little easier. We'll be sure to check back in with you throughout the day. I do want to mention that the Polk County of Emergency Management, they did confirm those reports of a chemical-like smell yesterday. At that time, there were no reports of any incidents at plants in that area. They weren't sure if the wind was carrying that into Polk County, but that has been confirmed by the Office of Emergency Management. We just don't know if that has anything to do with the current situation. So something else we're keeping an eye on. We do know that the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, they are mobilizing an air monitoring unit to set up in Polk County. That's supposed to give us more information about the hazards they could be dealing with at this time. So again, this plant dealt with a lot of chemicals, you know, things that you might find under your kitchen sink, but certainly things that you don't want to breathe in. So concerns for the residents.
If she's, you know, you're feeling it a little bit, that's why you do not want to be outside in that area, even running in and out. Just try and stay indoors. Turn that AC off, because that's bringing that air into your home. But why don't we bring in now, we've got the Talks Dot to join us to talk a little bit about the impact from this fire and the chemicals. Thanks so much for joining us.
Oh, absolutely. I wish it was under better circumstances.
Yeah. So, I mean, when you saw the news break, talk to us a little bit about some of, you know, the first alarms that went off in your head, what some of your concerns are.
Well, my immediate concern is for the health of the people in and around the area, and also downwind, because the chemicals, the concentrations are unknown. There's a mixture of acids and caustics, or acids and bases, and these are chemicals that should not normally be mixing. And especially after an explosion, I'm worried about the air. I'm worried about people's upper airways. I'm worried about people's lower airways. I'm worried about the, you know, chemical compounds that are being formed and created and getting into the air quality primarily and affecting people's health. That's really like always the biggest concern when you've got a plume of toxic smoke that is, you know, continuing to burn, because there are chemicals that are fueling that fire.
Oh, we spoke with the Atascocita fire chief earlier, and he was saying that they are standing by to assist residents or firefighters who may experience any symptoms of having breathed in something toxic. So what kinds of things should they be looking for when it comes to maybe needing to seek medical treatment?
Right. So if they feel faint or they feel dizzy or nauseous, that means they've got a really high exposure and they need to seek help immediately. Some of the lower level symptoms are going to be the eyes burning, nose burning, the mouth and throat burning, and the stronger the burn, that means the higher the dosage that you're getting. So hearing Donnelly saying that her throat is burning, that's like telling me that there's a lower concentration that she's definitely being exposed to in her throat, and that, you know, if she can, she should move further away from the area, because the longer she stays out there, the greater the dose, you know, as the wind brings those chemicals over to that area. And so I feel for those that are sitting in traffic and just can't get out of that area, because they need to turn off their cars, turn off the air conditioners, roll up the windows, and just kind of sit there and try to keep their indoor air in their cars as clean as possible.
We have been talking about the fact that it may take a while. It could take days before you know, this burns out, if that's what ultimately happens. Can you talk a little bit about what this prolonged exposure might mean? And when you talk about people needing medical treatment, what's involved in that, and would there be long-term concerns?
So there's a number of medical concerns there. Again, the greater the dose, or the higher the concentration, and the longer that the person is being exposed to that, increases their risk for long-term damage to the lower airways, the nose, the mouth, the throat, but then also to the lower airways, because when you think about pyrolysis products, which are the smoke particles from, things like plastics burning, metal burning. That's really what normally kills a person during a fire, smoke inhalation. Again, I'm not worried about fatalities from this, but I am worried about the long-term effects if they're exposed to higher concentrations for a long period of time. If people can get out of the area, if they can stay, so if they live around the area. Sorry, I'm getting feedback. Okay, thank you. So if they can go somewhere that's isolated and stay away from their homes, if they live in the area, that would be ideal. But I understand that's not always a possibility. But again, the key is trying to keep and preserve the air quality where you are to the lowest amount of possible chemical concentration. So staying indoors, shutting the windows, turning off the air conditionings, filling in any gaps and holes so that you aren't getting you aren't poisoning your air by getting a greater concentration of what's outside in. So, again, that is really my concern right now, is the people's health that are working, traveling, and in this area and may not even know what's going on. So that's the biggest concern for me. The environmental impacts, they, can be long-term when you're thinking about the firefighting foam, because those have some really, chemicals that just stay in the environment. They're very persistent, such as PFAS and PFOS in the firefighting foams. But right now, again, wanting to make sure that people don't have long-term damage means staying out of the area if you can and preserving the air so that you don't have, any kind of long-term or permanent damage to your upper or lower respiratory system. And again, if you feel faint, if you feel nauseous, if you feel dizzy, if you feel overly fatigued, that means you're getting a high exposure to this and you want to get help, get out of the area, but don't leave the area yourself if you feel that way, because, you could make the situation worse and get a higher dosage. So call for help if you need it.
And let me just ask you, because, people who maybe have allergies or asthma, I would imagine, are going to be extremely sensitive to something like this. So they could really have a medical emergency.
Absolutely. And that's why they need to take even more precautions in terms of not exposing themselves to this air, if they can help it at all. So that is, again, when you're talking about a pre-existing condition, especially to your respiratory system, asthmatics, people with allergies, which is a really large segment of the city, especially allergies, you definitely want to stay away from the area. Tell your family and friends who may not be watching the news. Tell them what's going on. Say, hey, you want to stay out of this air. You want to turn off the air conditioner. You want to make sure that we're not getting any of that outdoor air recycling in our homes, in our cars, and basically ruining our indoor air quality.
We did hear from the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality about the types of chemicals that this plant reportedly houses. I just want to name some of these: turpentine, phosphoric acid, xylene, diesel fuel, isopropyl alcohol, acetic acid. Do any of these stand out to you as being extremely dangerous, or does anything flag for you when it comes to damage to the health of people in this area, especially if they're breathing any of this in?
Yeah, all of them flag to me when you're talking about them being added to the air in really high concentrations in a way that's abnormal. Using chemicals appropriately, they can be safe, but when they are inappropriately introduced into our environment, especially into our breathable airspace, that's the issue. So all of them flag. You're talking about acids, bases or caustics, aromatics. Those are all, volatile organic chemicals that you have named. And so they all flag and they all can cause damage if you've got a high enough concentration and you're exposed for a long enough duration. So that is why I keep stressing, minimize your exposure, avoid exposure if you possibly can. If you're not in the area, do not head towards that area. If you know people in the area, and you have an extra room, tell them to come out to you when they can safely get away. And because it's not knowing how long this will burn. You want them to be able to have, kind of a break or a respite from breathing this air, up close and personal for as long as possible.
And I wonder if, after this is done, however long that might take, what is your advice for people to continue monitoring their health? Should they go to a doctor immediately? Should they follow up in a few months? Where should they go from here?
So if you are an asthmatic or if you have allergies, if you have allergies, go see your allergist or go see your primary care physician maybe in a week or 2 weeks if you're still feeling symptoms. If you're feeling really strong symptoms, then yeah, that's an immediate concern. Try to set something up immediately. If you're an asthmatic and you feel okay, you feel fine, maybe in about a week or two, just let them know, hey, I was in this area, I was exposed. I'd just like to check to see if everything's okay. But if you're having symptoms, whether or not you have a pre-existing condition, they continue to get worse over time, if you feel a sore throat that is just burning, or you are just having any of these symptoms, like I said, nausea or extreme fatigue, and you're still smelling chemicals, and you know that you're continuing to be exposed, that ups the urgency of when you should go see someone. Now, if you're feeling something a month down the line, definitely go to your primary care physician and say, hey, I'd like to, possibly see a specialist because I'm still having symptoms for my lower and my upper and lower respiratory system. I'd like to have them checked out. But if, your body is really great at healing, and if it heals over time and the symptoms subside as we get further and further away from this incident, you should be fine. But always, it's great to err on the side of precaution. But again, unless you're having really severe symptoms, there's no need to rush to your doctor right away, unless, again, you have have a pre-existing condition and this particular incident has caused some, episodes like an asthmatic episode or a really severe allergic episode.
Okay, Dr. Noreen Kahn-Mayberry, the Tox Doc, thank you so much for your insights and sharing this information that we hope will help to keep people safe and free from having any kind of a significant emergency from this air. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Have a great evening or day.
All right, we're going to take a quick break and then we'll be back with more coverage of this ongoing breaking situation of a chemical plant fire in Shepherd.
All right, welcome back. We are continuing to follow breaking news out of, it's covering several areas at this point. Starting in Shepherd, we're seeing this massive chemical fire, and we're keeping an eye on where the smoke is going because that's affecting counties and, of course, as children still in school in those areas. So right now at this time, no casualties. We've been told about one injury, one employee at this chemical fire or this plant who was sent to Memorial Hermann Hospital to be treated for burns. We were told that other 19 employees at that job were able to evacuate safely.
And we're going to check in now with the Polk County Judge. Sydney Murphy is joining us right now on the phone. Thanks so much for joining us. Can you give us an overview of how the county is responding to this incident?
Yes, ma'am. Basically, one school was evacuated because we are in a large part of the plume area since we are right up 59 from San Jacinto County. So we are dealing mostly with the plume in our case, and we have deployed also all of our people to assist in containing the fire. I don't think they're trying to put it out. They're just trying to make sure that it does not spread or go any further. and paying attention to anything else that might be explosive in that area. So right now we have one school that was evacuated. Goodrich ISD was evacuated to Onalaska ISD. And then we also have every other school basically we have recommended to the superintendents that they shelter in place so that we can keep those children as safe as possible at this point in time. I noticed your previous speaker had said that, you especially have to pay attention to asthmatics, to children that are potentially could be injured worse and are more susceptible to problems that occur with their respiratory systems.
Yeah, so can you talk a little bit about some of your concerns and your advice for people that live and work in that area?
Well, I think the advice that your previous person gave, she's the expert, is definitely what we're telling everybody here is shelter in place. Don't go out. Turn off your air conditioning systems so that you're not circulating the contaminants into your home, and do everything you can to avoid exposure. The more you avoid exposure, then the better off you're going to be all the way around. So that's basically, it's the same information that we are providing to all of them.
And do you have concerns, or have you guys even, had a chance to look at, obviously we're seeing a lot of, the businesses and homes, people, needing to kind of stay inside, any kind of long-term impacts on the community if, this air quality continues to be an issue, on how that might affect the community and businesses, being able to conduct commerce and things like that?
Well, there's no way for us to know the impact right now. For one, we're waiting for an assessment from TCEQ for them to let us know what the contaminants have done. A lot of those chemicals that are in the air, are we don't know what the chemical reaction has been that potentially has occurred. And so until we hear more from TCEQ and other agencies that are now involved in evaluating and assessing it, then none of us will know what the long-term potential is for anybody from the source on up the length of the plume, I guess I should say.
Yeah. So, Judge Murphy, when we've been watching this all morning, this fire or the explosion started shortly before 8:30. We were originally told that there was a shelter in place for 5 miles. Then a couple of hours ago, that was reduced to 1 mile, but we haven't exactly heard why. Do you have an explanation on why that was reduced by that much?
I don't know, because that decision was made by San Jacinto County, by their EOC. And so I don't know what data or information that they are looking at. In our case, it was recommended that people continue to shelter in place until we see what the toxicity of the plume and how large it gets.
Can you talk about any of the Polk County agencies that may be responding to this? We're hearing that dozens of fire departments may have responded to this. We know that several are involved in responding to it. Can you tell us about any specifics for any of the Polk County agencies involved?
Anytime you have a rural issue in a rural area, we all have agreements to respond and provide our assistance, because you have to keep in mind that the majority of fire departments in the rural areas are volunteers. So those are people that leave their jobs to go render assistance to their neighbors. And so at last count, I believe there were 18 different responding agencies in that area, which includes Polk County as well. Their emergency manager will maintain a list of who all responded and the man hours that were provided to the incident directly. But then there's other peripheral issues that come up, traffic control. What do you do about the traffic that was supposed to come up and down 59? And so that involves then your police departments, your sheriff, your law enforcement. In our case, our DPS troopers are all on the border. And so that responsibility has shifted to someone else that's involved in law enforcement.
Could you talk about a little bit about what we've been watching? Right now we're getting pictures of all these fire teams on site. However, we haven't seen so much of fire crews actually battling this fire. Have you gotten an update on their approach?
Well, there's some things that you can't put out with a fire hose. And so in some cases it's better to just let it burn off, and because you can't put it out. And in some cases, trying to put it out, it's kind of like if you have a grease fire in your kitchen, they tell you don't spray it with water because you only make it worse. It just spreads out the grease, but it doesn't put it out. And so the fire departments and the fire marshal are on hand, and they, in some cases, they determine that it's best to let the fire itself, whatever the fuel source is for the fire, to allow it to go ahead and burn off. And just contain the fire and keep it from spreading, and make sure that nothing else explodes or burns up.
And are you hearing? Do you have any like medical facilities in the Polk County area? Are you hearing from any of them? That they're perhaps seeing anybody who's been affected by this?
At this point, we do not, because at this point we're just trying to deal with the emergency itself. And so recovery, long-term recovery and short-term recovery, that will be something that we address further down the road. But we do not deal with any of the medical aspects directly here in the emergency management in the EOC. That is handled by the facilities, by the hospital. We have an excellent hospital, and we have a good team of doctors in our area. So usually they will handle that. If they do have any major concerns, then since they're medical issues, then they will handle it, and then they will report to us later. For one, so that we know how to do long-term recovery for the people that are affected.
And how are you all handling people who may have been away at work or maybe even outside the county, saw this on TV and, wanting to make their way back home? Are you restricting people from entering certain areas at this time?
We are not restricting anyone from entering this area. At this point in time, everything is a recommendation that they shelter in place and certainly not drive into the area. Obviously, there are some people that work out of town. We're advising them to be aware and to watch which direction the plume goes. It's available to them. We maintain an active Facebook, since that seems to be the way a lot of people get some of their information. And so we maintain an active Facebook, and we put updates on there that way they can evaluate and make those kinds of decisions, that are more personal or that are more of a family decision. It's not the same situation as it would be in, say, a hurricane, where there was a mass flooding in an area and then you make a mandatory evacuation. At this point, we're not in a mandatory evacuation or anything mandatory based on our distance from the actual incident.
And I do want to mention that you have some excellent tips for people in that area for sheltering in place, telling them to bring your family and pets inside, posted on your Facebook page, also locking the doors, closing the windows and air vents, and fireplace dampers that a lot of people may not even think of that. They'll also need to turn off the fans and air conditioning. Are there any other instructions that you want to give for people who are sheltering in place? And also, how will you communicate once that shelter in place advisory is over?
We have a system called Alert Me Polk County, and so anyone that is signed up with that system will receive a notification. It's like a mass notification, mass text, max email that goes out, and it's just a massive push that sends out information to those individuals and to any businesses or agencies that have signed up for that service. And then we will immediately post that information also on the Facebook page and the website. We will notify our media partners, and we notify the cities, every entity, so that they are aware.
And really quickly, Judge, can you talk about how people can sign up to get those alerts so that they'll be getting the information?
They can go to our website or to our Facebook page, and it's called Alert Me Polk County, and it provides notifications, and they can sign up for how they wish to receive the notifications, how often, what type of issues they wish to be notified about, you know, what's going on. And some people want to know everything, and some people only want to know specific incidents.
Well, we do understand that this is an active emergency situation, so you all are passing on information as you get it. We're still, of course, we have plenty of questions about how this started, but at this time we want to make sure that everyone is safe and following those recommendations. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You're looking at live pictures right now. You know, before we've not really seen a lot of firefighter activity, but it looks like now they are spraying down the fire. And the fire appears to be a little smaller than it did earlier, but this is live images from Skyfox right now. So it looks like perhaps they're, you know, stepping in, take some more action. You know, before we were sort of, you know, waiting to see were they just going to let it burn out as that may be the best solution here. But at this point, it looks like they are dousing it and starting to get it perhaps under control.
And they're, you know, we've been waiting and watching to see when this action would take place. Of course, we don't know exactly how else they're responding to this, but firefighters coming from several areas, including East Montgomery County, the Woodlands, Conroe, Livingston, Cold Spring, as she mentioned, you know, in these areas, they have smaller departments that are volunteer departments, so they all have to pull together to be able to fight something like this. So seeing them working diligently, we know that Atascocita is on hand to help with any rehab that these firefighters might need as they put out this blaze. All right, we want to give you another update just in case you are just joining us at this time. So far, one injury reported in this massive chemical fire over in Shepherd. Also, we are told that 19 employees at this plant, they were able to evacuate safely. That one person who was injured, taken to Memorial Hermann Hospital with minor burn injuries. And we did hear from the president of Sound Resource Solutions. That's where this fire is taking place. We heard from him earlier. He's saying that he, you know, wants to be keep those communication lines open as far as if people have questions about what is going on, what has happened. And of course, there's still an investigation that has to take place as to how this fire started. But he did mention that they are a large manufacturer and they deal with a lot of chemicals, 30 truckloads a day being sent out from what they're making from, you know, glue and paint remover. So some dangerous chemicals, flammables, and diesel, things like that. So we're still working to find out what is still burning, what is in the air, and this process could take, you know, weeks after today to figure that out, get some answers to the residents out there as well.
Yeah, and we want to give you an update too because it's been a little while since we've had a chance to sort of update you on the students that have been in schools in the area, because of course that's a big concern. There were 2 schools that were evacuated, Goodrich ISD and a private school, Wildwood Private School, that had 31 students. Those students were actually evacuated out through a pasture, and then we had Shepherd ISD. They were not required to shelter in place, and putting out a message that parents can pick up their kids there, and that Livingston was in a hold-in status. But so again, just those 2 schools needed to be evacuated, Goodrich ISD and Wildwood Private School. There you can see on your screen, Leggett ISD sheltering in place, Corrigan, Camden sheltering in place, Goodrich ISD evacuated to Onalaska, and Livingston ISD sheltering in place as well. So parents again can get updated about any status with their children if they need to you know, pick them up. Some of the schools are enabling them to do that. We do want to check in. We're waiting, by the way, for 1 o'clock. We're about 6 minutes out from an update from the officials responding to this. So hopefully we'll be learning a lot more information at 1 o'clock, and we're just waiting for that to begin. But right now, let's check back in with meteorologist John Dawson. Of course, we're watching the wind impacts on this. And JD, now that we're starting to see, the water going in, and it looks like some of the plumes of that smoke, it's a lot smaller. So tell us a little bit about what you're seeing and how this looks to be impacted by the wind conditions.
Yeah, totally. Really glad to see that there's just so much less smoke to begin with when you see these images from Skyfox. And of course, the fact that whiter color probably indicates less of whatever particulate might be floating around is also a little bit more, again, a beneficiary thing. So let's start with some basics here. What we can tell you for sure as far as the winds are concerned, it's a little breezy when you get the winds over 10 miles an hour. I'm a little concerned about how that helps to transport whatever's out there, or it can increase the fire. But as we've seen from the latest video there, when we're not looking at our own part of the helicopter, that there is less fire than what we were seeing earlier. And these winds are going to be up in around 10 to 12 miles an hour. So downtown Houston, let's get our bearings here. Downtown Houston is here. Here's Lake Livingston. So we're going to go up 59 towards Lake Livingston. Here's Cleveland. This is going to be the closest observation point that we have. The fire itself is going to be right here about where I've got 59 on the Highway 59. This is San Jacinto County. This is Polk County. This line that divides them is actually the Trinity River, which comes out of Lake Livingston. So that's all kind of what we're talking about here. And as we get a little bit of a closer look on where we're talking about, again, we've got just to the south of that county line is where we've got the fire. I'm going to zoom in a little bit, and I'm going to run some data here. This is going to be starting at about 8:30 this morning till about 11 o'clock this morning. And when we see that 8:30, you can see the smoke. This isn't rain on our radar. This is smoke. So as that radar scans the horizon, looking for anything that's not just normal air, it normally would find water, find rain droplets, right? Well, it can even pick up those small particulates that are make up the smoke, and so it recognizes something that's not right here. Something's not normal here, and the radar shows that, and it's not rain. That's where the smoke was. You can see some of that even looks pretty dark, meaning it was pretty thick, very thick at times. And so I've got my icon here representing the fire. Again, that's Highway 59 with FM 1127. This is San Jacinto County. This is Polk County. And I thought it was really interesting with the county judge, Judge Murphy there talking from Polk County, gave us some really good information from officials about that they were using a containment method most likely with that fire, and they weren't necessarily worried that it was going to spread necessarily. The San Jacinto County Office of Emergency Management, they were dealing with the fire. The Polk County folks, they were dealing with the plume. They didn't have the fire in their backyard. They had all the smoke blowing into them. So they were sort of different levels of action being taken by all of our emergency management folks that were involved there. Plus, they're calling in people from all over the place to help be prepared. And as we can see now, they're taking a little bit more action by moving in and spraying something. I can't confirm what they're applying to the fire, but they're certainly spraying something on the fire, and it definitely is beginning to have an impact on that. We can see that quite clearly. So this is where the fire was, again, up in Highway 59 towards Lake Livingston is sort of where we were looking at all that. Just again, sort of as a reference point, at one point we had that 5-mile shelter in place. We don't have that anymore, but I was just sort of measuring that here for you, being able to say that from the Lake Livingston Dam area, it is about 5 miles where we saw that. But that shelter in place has been shrunk down quite a bit, although Judge Murphy did mention that they were still going to advise all the schools in Polk County because they're still measuring exactly what is in the air and the levels of it to kind of keep people a little bit safe on that overall. So again, I'm showing you some time lapse. This is from 8:30 this morning till about 11 o'clock this morning on that smoke that can be seen with the Fox Red Storm Seeker radar because it was so thick and able to get kind of so high into the air. The images that you see next to me here from Skyfox are live images, and you can tell now that it is much less as far as what the smoke is doing. All right, we're supposed to have an update probably about 1 o'clock, so I'm going to real quickly talk about our forecast and hopefully get that wrapped up before they're ready to do their press conference. Rain is certainly something that we're expecting over the next 5 days. A cold front is coming into the Houston area. We're going to see most of that rain on Friday morning. So as we talk about a change in our weather pattern, it's going to be a slow change. The front approaches tomorrow, bringing us some rain chances, but then for sure Friday is when we're going to get the bigger chances overall. Our futurecast keeps things quiet this morning. We're having another warm afternoon. It'll be breezy out of the south, but hopefully this fire continues to remain a little bit more under control. Mostly cloudy conditions as we move into the overnight hours. As the front begins to approach, we'll definitely look for some scattered showers and some heavy downpours to kind of be mixed in there as well. 7-day forecast, much cooler temperatures on the way. Upper 80s today, lower 80s tomorrow, and then we're into the 60s starting on Saturday and Sunday. We're actually starting on Friday and Saturday and Sunday. We're going into the 60s for our high temperatures. So that's much different than what we've been dealing with. I think most of us actually are pretty welcome to see those temperatures in the 60s. And then again, that's a big difference from where we've been. And tomorrow's difference in the temperatures is that transition day kind of as we move along. Rain chances remain in the forecast through the weekend, and then we'll even keep some into Monday or Tuesday as well. So that does it here from the Weather Center. I'll get back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, JD, thank you very much. We are continuing to wait for an update, a press conference from the San Jacinto officials, an overview of the situation. They are saying that they were going to begin at 1, but we're waiting for that to actually begin. So for now, we are just going to continue to monitor this, and we're going to come back with any further information that we have. But we know basically one person injured, thankfully not seriously, from this explosion at this plant in Shepherd, Texas.
Yeah, you can continue to follow these updates on our website at fox26houston.com or on our free Fox 26 News app.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for joining us. My name is Anthony Antoine, and we are continuing to follow this press conference momentarily taking place to give us some more details about what took place at Sound Resource Solutions. That's a chemical facility in Shepherd, Texas. We've been following this since about 8:17. Police say that's the first time when they received a phone call about this explosion. And we've been watching this thing unfold here using Sky Fox for about 4 hours now. So let's go to this press conference to get those details.
About 20 fire crews out here currently working. I've just seen videos of their progress. They're doing a great job. As y'all can see from over there, the smoke plume is down. We have Set Trek on location, SEMA on location, and DPS will just talk with y'all in just a minute. We also have air monitoring on the Livingston side and our side, monitoring the airs, and they have found no chemicals in the air at this point. As of right now, y'all gonna hear for Sheriff Capers.
Yes, once again, I don't have any new information to update you as far as the sheriff's office. DPS has been a valuable asset to us. They came in and they started redirecting traffic off of 59. I believe at 190, and then down at Loop 424 there in Shepherd. But I will let their PIO talk to y'all about what it is that DPS is doing and how they're helping us with this explosion fire. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Good afternoon. So we know that we've got US 59 shut down from Livingston to Shepherd. So we're going to go with the northbound traffic first. Everybody going northbound on US 59 is going to exit State Loop 494. And you can take the direction from that point. If you're traveling southbound, you're going to exit US 190. All right? I wish I could tell you how long we're going to have this roadway closed, but like I said, like the sheriff said, they're working on getting this situation under control. So we'll make sure we're going to do it right. We're going to do it as best we can. And as soon as we get the roadway opened up, or as soon as they let us know we can do more, we'll open up one roadway at a time and go from there. Once we find that out, I'll be sure to get with you guys so you can push it out to the community and we can let them know that we're going to get back to track. All right? Thank you very much. Any questions? 424? 494. 494? It's going to be 424, or excuse me, I need to be corrected. It's going to be State Loop 424. Thank you.
Sheriff, for emergency management, clearly, you know, this is an improved situation over here. Can you talk about what's been done to diminish that plume of smoke?
Oh, so like I said, fire crews are working. They got 2 ladder trucks right now. They're putting foam chemicals on the fire in order to dissipate the fire. Yes. We're going to have Jeff speak again.
Hey, Jeff Harfield with Sound Resource Solutions again. Harfield. I said most of what I wanted to say this morning. I do have an update on our employee who was sent to a memorial. He's with the right people, and they're taking care of him, and he's doing good. He was worried about us, so he's doing good. He's going to be home with his family this evening, so that's good news. So everyone's accounted for. Everyone's going to be okay. Everyone that's working on this is the right people. You guys have amazing people up here. The first responders, everybody's been careful. Everybody's been prudent. Everyone's been smart. No one's taken any chances. And as you can see, it looked a lot different this morning, right? So we think the worst of this is gone. We'll now work with people like the TCEQ and the EPA, and we'll make sure that any remediation work that needs to be done is going to be done in the right way so that there's no effect on the community that we've loved for 14 years.
Any idea those of us that are arriving at this press conference, you know, this is the first one we've received from our standpoint, just due to logistics. Can you kind of touch over briefly what happened, what ignited, what was burning, and how it was done?
Our basic business is industrial chemical manufacturing. We deal with a lot of flammable materials. We're not going to release a whole lot of stuff because everything's in the middle of an investigation. It's not prudent to speculate. What we want to do is get good information, and then we're going to give it to everyone. We're not going to hold back from everyone. You're going to know. Everyone's going to get the information that they need to know that we are the right people to do this type of work.
Any idea whatsoever what may have triggered this?
It's a forklift incident. We've spoken to the person that was involved, and he's healing, but we just want him to heal. We're going to do all the investigation. We've been in contact with every agency you can imagine, and we're going to tell them the exact same thing. We're just going to say yes to everything. Whatever people need, whatever people want, whatever people want to know, they're going to find out.
Hey, one resident told us that they smelled chemicals in the area earlier this week. Do we know if that has any connection with this incident?
I can't really comment on them. I'd like to talk to them about it myself and find out more information.
So I'll touch on that. So that report came out yesterday. That was a multi-jurisdiction area report that chemicals were being smelled from San Jac all the way down to Polk County in Alaska. We believe at that time it was more than likely a truck that's driving through the area. We had fire crews looking in Polk County, Liberty County, and San Jac County yesterday, and nothing was found.
So is the fire contained now?
Correct. The fire is contained, yes.
And for the people who are in Shepherd, they live on the opposite side. It wasn't coming out of the south. They were moving north in Livingston and Woodbridge. Are those communities, some of our viewers were saying they wanted to start to leave that area. I know roads are still shut down there, but are they able to keep their families, or do they have to stay there even if they need to get out?
So to answer that question, I can't speak on what Polk County is doing, but on the San Jac side, like I said, a lot of our hold-up area is for the safety of our personnel that's on location.
And currently, what is being doing done to mitigate the fire, to get the thing totally knocked down? And about how long, is that expected to take, kind of the procedures you all are going through?
So on the answer to your question on that, I can't give you a definite answer. We will be back in about 3 hours, and if anything changes, we'll call y'all back up close. If the 3 hour time frame is shortened, then we'll call y'all back up and give y'all more answers then.
At what time did the explosion or the fire start this morning?
It's about 8:17 a.m. this morning.
17?
Yes.
Is the shelter in place still effective for the mile radius?
Just currently, yes. We'll be looking to review that in just shortly. Yes.
And the name of this facility, what is the name of this, this facility?
Oh, the company name is Sound Resource Solutions.
Can you spell that? Can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear. I'm sorry. It's Sound Resource Solutions.
And they're just a chemical manufacturing plant?
Industrial blending facility. Yes, sir.
So at this time, we're going to take 2 more questions, and then after that, we'll be back in 3 hours.
Right now, we have seen a lull in that thickness of smoke, but we keep seeing these random plumes of black smoke coming back up. What does that suggest about how they're maintaining the fire? Is that the retardant? Is that the water? Can you speak to that?
So a lot of times what that is that just when they focus on one area, then another area may reignite. So that's where you'll see the plume come from. Yes. One more question.
Is this private school the only evacuation that's been so far?
I'll let you.
Yes, sir. That Wildwood Academy, that is the only evacuation that's taken place.
So to follow up, why would there be shelter in place remaining if, we're monitoring the air and there's nothing in the air?
If the people need to get out, they're more than free to do that. They just can't traverse that section of 1127. We actually have 2 other routes for them to go out in people's pastures to get out. So it's like if somebody had a medical emergency or something, we escort them through the guy's pasture, and then they're able to go to wherever they need to go. Thank you.
All right, thank y'all. Once again, we'll be back in 3 hours. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
All right, you just heard from officials there at that Sound Resource Solutions facility where we have been monitoring this chemical explosion that took place around 8:17 this morning. Now, a lot of information coming out of that press conference. It is the second press conference from officials here since this began at 8:17. So let's give a quick recap of what we just learned. Well, first and foremost, what I want to point out is we heard from the owner of that business, Mr. Hartfield. He said the employee that was injured is doing okay. That, as we told you earlier, that employee is at Memorial Hermann. And we also learned for the first time that he says this was a forklift incident. Now, he did not go into details with exactly what happened in that forklift incident, but as a result of that, that employee is now at the hospital. But again, according to the president of that business, that employee is going to be okay. And he says that employee will be home with his family, and that I think we can all agree here. That is the good news coming out of that as well. He also expressed a lot of gratitude to the first responders and officials there on the scene. As you can see here, we have about 25 different crews on the scene now attacking this fire. For the last 4 or 5 hours or so, it seems to be that they were taking a very containment type approach to get this fire, keep that fire under control. As you look at it now, lots of ladder trucks. You see about 2 ladder trucks in the air right there, and it looks like they are putting different chemicals in the form of foam to really keep that fire under control. It is contained. You see the 2 ladder trucks again just dousing the scene there in Shepherd, Texas with this chemical to put this fire out. This is a very good scene. I know it looks like a lot of damage, but trust me when I tell you, if you're just joining us, this fire was raging earlier this morning. Again, this is a chemical manufacturing facility, and according to the owner of the business, he said earlier that yes, they deal with hazardous materials, but some of the other chemicals they work with as well are some chemicals you may find under your kitchen sink, isopropyl alcohol, things like that. But nevertheless, the sheer volume of these chemicals being in one place, that could obviously lead to some health risks. And when you talk about the air quality in that area, and speaking of the air quality, we also got an update in that press conference as well, letting us know that we have air monitoring officials on the scene, and as of right now, there's no reason for anyone to be concerned in terms of inhalation and what that may cause. But again, we continue to follow this, and as we zoom out here, Skyfox over the scene of this fire, now doused by a lot of first responders who responded to this here. We had 1 person injured. We know it happened during a forklift incident. That person injured is at the hospital receiving care and will be back with their family tonight, according to the owner of this business. We're going to wrap things up for you here on air and send you guys back to your local programming, but we have so much more to continue and discuss about this chemical explosion here in Shepherd, Texas. I will continue this coverage on fox26houston.com. If you have a smart TV, you can also download Fox Local. I will be there as well, bringing you guys the very latest. Thank you so much for joining me again. This coverage continues on our website, fox26houston.com. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm Anthony Antoine. We continue to follow this breaking news developing in Shepherd, Texas. We have Sky Fox over the scene here. We want to bring you guys some live looks at what's happening. We have some tanker trucks that are now fighting this fire from above. As you can see, they're spraying chemicals and it's foaming. And what it's doing right now is really containing this fire. You can see on each one of these ladder trucks, we have 2 firefighters on one ladder truck. We have 1 fire on another, and they're really just hitting the hot spots. Right before we came on air digitally here, we had some flames coming through one of these at one point of this fire, basically, and they got it under control. So they're just looking for the hot spots and they're putting them out as they become available. So bringing you guys up to speed and really setting the table. If you're just joining us here digitally, this fire, according to police, started around 8:17 here this morning. It is unfolding at Sound Resource Solutions. That's in Shepherd, Texas. Multiple agencies responded to this fire. We had multiple explosions taking place. This is a chemical manufacturing facility. According to the president and owner of this building, the company opened up in 2014. And according to him, they have about 40 employees that work there. But at the time of the explosion, when it started at 8 o'clock this morning, 19 of them were at work. One of those employees is at the hospital. We're told there was some sort of a forklift incident that took place. And once that happened, the employee was taken to the hospital, but we got an update again saying the employee will be at home with his family. So that is good news. The business works with hazardous materials. Yes. As you can see just from this look as well, that just went out. But you see the tanker trucks. Basically, there's tanker trucks that are on the compound as well because they receive raw materials during the day. And then they also, about 30 truckloads or so, and then they turn and produce and blend different products. And then those about 30 trucks, again, leave their facility every day. So there's a lot of chemicals that are in transit from the point of receiving those chemicals at the property to the point where they leave. So there's a wide range of chemicals that they work with. And this was a look at just some of the plumes of smoke that you can see here. But this, again, believe it or not, this is a good sight to see. The chemicals are everything according to air quality. The chemicals are not impacting the air quality. The flames under control. You see firefighters there on the ground continuing to put out the hot spots. When we also talk about this area, there were some shelter-in-place orders as well. And that's a good sign. They want to make sure that you guys everyone is taking precaution. As you can see, this is a couple of blocks away. There are some serious traffic implications here as well on 59. If you are living anywhere near this area, you definitely want to avoid it because this will be a scene that will be unfolding for quite some time. If you're heading northbound on 59, we were told by officials that you guys want to exit on State Route 424. If you're heading southbound, you want to exit on US 190. For the people living in this area, if they are not already in their homes, if you're not in your home and you're trying to return home, you can't right now. There is a shelter-in-place order. As we continue to scan the area, you can see not much movement as far as, again, this is a rural community, yes, but there's not much movement because officials have really blocked off the entire area. Any road that leads up near or past this facility, you can see there. And again, here's another look. You see the tanker trucks there where they receive those raw materials, and those tanker trucks are the ones similar to what you would see at a local gas station when when you pull up to get gas. Again, they receive about 30 truckloads of this raw material every single day, but they also, after they blend these chemicals and aromatics, they send out product as well. And again, that's another 30 truckloads according to the owner of the business. We also heard him say, Mr. Harfield, that they're going to rebuild. This business has been in that community there since 2014. They employ about 40 people. And for a small rural community like this, obviously that's going to have a local impact. Presumably some of the people that work there live in that community as well. So this is definitely not something they would like to see unfold in their community. But again, here we are. We really want to thank the first responders as well, because when this happened, 8:17, you figure 9 o'clock hour as well, kids are already in school. And a lot of parents were concerned what would happen to their kids as well. We did learn from the sheriff that 31 kids were evacuated from a private school. I believe it was Wildwood Private School in the area. And they were able to be evacuated because someone living near that facility allowed law enforcement to basically, evacuate those kids through the pasture. And now those kids, we're told, are over at the local high school. And that took place earlier this morning as well. As far as parents, I believe we do have a full screen as well, you guys, so I can give an update on what's happening at the local school districts in and around that area. So I'm going to give you guys some time if you can pull that up for me, because we definitely want to let you guys know what's happening on that front as well. We've been receiving phone calls. It's being updated at this time, but I do know, just off the top of my head, they're updating that information for us. But I know there was a shelter-in-place order for Livingston ISD, Onalaska ISD, Leggett ISD, Corrigan Camden ISD as well. Those were the shelter-in-place orders. But Goodridge ISD, they evacuated to Onalaska ISD. And again, this is a fluid situation here, but again, there was a lot of shelter-in-place orders, and for good reason, wanting to make sure that the kids were taken care of and they were safe. And again, according to the sheriff, only one school was evacuated. That was the private school in the area. And here's the information on your screen. Again, I just want to reiterate, Goodridge ISD evacuated to Onalaska, Livingston, Leggett, Corrigan, Camden, all sheltering in place. And then you also have the Dible ISD releasing all students as well. And that's really some good news here as we continue to watch this unfold. I know air quality was a topic of conversation for a lot of people as they try to figure out what we will be doing here moving forward, but we do have officials on the ground. We have our Dominique Keith on the ground as well, and during her interview earlier today, she talked about, yes, you can smell the chemicals in the air, and that kind of really depended on that time at how strong that wind would take the smell of chemicals. And she did mention that she was having some, I don't want to say issues, but there was discomfort, I would say, in her chest at various points. But according to officials right now, there is no concern, any hazards, I should say, when it comes to air quality. Naturally, though, if you are someone that has asthma or any type of issue when it comes to breathing, you want to take the necessary precautions. And part of taking that precaution really means that you want to turn off your HVAC unit. You don't want to have that air from outside circulating back into your home as well. And if you're in a car, same thing. If you're driving near that area, you want to turn off your air conditioning unit as well. You don't want to have that air circulating back into your vehicle, especially if you're stationary and especially if you're in your home. Obviously, you can't go anywhere, so you want to turn off your HVAC unit to make sure that you are taking the necessary steps to make sure that you're safe. We received so far this morning 2 different updates from officials. According to them, in about 3 hours or so, at 1 o'clock they said in 3 hours, so 4 p.m., they are planning to do another update here to the public. During this update, we hope to get some more information about, obviously, the injured employee who is at the hospital, Memorial Hermann. We have a crew heading that direction as well, working our sources to try to get some more updates there. On top of that, we also want to continue to follow what's happening on the ground with those kids. It's 1:30. Hopefully by 4 o'clock, all those kids will be back with their families and their parents, and everyone will be safe. But again, 4 o'clock is when we're looking for another update. As you continue to see, these firefighters here on these ladder trucks continue to spray these chemicals, and the fire, very, very different scene. And to the control room, I'm not sure if you guys can spend some time behind the scenes and really, I want to see some video from earlier today, because I think it'll be important for our viewers to get a compare and contrast so they can really contextualize that. And this was the scene. Just thick black plumes of smoke continuing to just billow into the air, just towering over this community. And to think that this is where we were at here a couple of hours ago. Hats off to all of those involved, from law enforcement, firefighters, everyone getting this under control. You can see the intensity of these flames. And again, they have some hazardous materials there on site. The owner of the company, again, the name of the company is Sound Resource Solutions, saying that they get about 30 truckloads every single day of raw materials. So they are dealing with some petroleums, but they are then turning this petroleum and mixing different blends and producing other products as well, that some can be found at your local Walgreens, like isopropyl alcohol. But then again, they are working with some more dangerous chemicals as well. So when you really look at the scene, again, this was earlier today, the thick black plumes of smoke. This is why there was a shelter-in-place order to the local community, to the school districts, because you can see the intensity of those flames. You can't see, anything past those flames. And to think that's what we were looking at earlier today. And we were talking to the Polk County judge as well, mentioning that from her estimations, and I would agree with this as well, firefighters were really taking a containment approach. When you look at something like this, you definitely want to contain, because there's so many different chemicals that they deal with. They were containing the fire, making sure it didn't spread to any areas. Yes, it's a rural community, but you don't want this thing to spread just based on the intensity of the flames, the wind in the area at that time. There was serious danger, to anyone in the area. So they were containing this, and they weren't spraying any water on these flames. They weren't spraying any chemicals on these flames. They were really letting these accelerants kind of burn out. And you can see these trucks, multiple trucks there on the scene, burning. And now, according to, as you look at this, let's give this live look now, guys. If Sky Fox is still over the scene, let me know. So this is where we were at earlier today, and this is where we're at now. That is progress. That is a lot of progress. So again, the fire is contained. We just received an update here from officials at 1 o'clock. Again, all good news in my estimations. Obviously, if you're the business owner, you have a lot of rebuilding to do, but at least from the 2 press conferences I've seen from him so far this morning, he's really not interested in addressing the damage. He's more interested in discussing the good work done by firefighters to get it under control. His employee that was sent to the hospital, we know that employee, according to him, was injured in some sort of a forklift incident, but the employee will be back at home with his family. And he was really adamant about talking about how his company will rebuild. They've been in the community now since 2014, and they want to continue to be a staple in that community. Again, obviously, lots of damage there. I'm joined by my colleague now, Caroline Collins. And Caroline, this has really been, now I can say I'm a bit of relief at this hour from what we were looking at.
The first images that we saw, which you were just showing, were just insane, seeing how thick that smoke was and the flames billowing out of that factory there, if you will, and just knowing that one person was injured. I mean, look, you would think that this could have been far, far, far worse. And Anthony, I did hear you mention that they are saying that there is no concern with the air in this area, but obviously when you see black smoke like that and you are in this area, that is concerning for people who live here. I mean, look at how dark that smoke is. So definitely do what you can to either shelter in place with those windows up and just make sure if you have any health issues that you're in a safe space, because still, as we're looking at the pictures on the right, that's from Sky Fox now, versus the pictures on the left, like all that was going in the air earlier.
And I think that really gives you that ability to put this into context, right? This was a very volatile situation unfolding during the 8-9 o'clock hour. And to look at the right side of your screen now to see this thing under control, you can breathe a sigh of relief. Man, those thick plumes of just black smoke. It was windy earlier today as well, and that was also something various counties were implementing their own shelter-in-place orders because of the potential of where that wind could take that thick smoke. And at that point, we weren't really sure what the implications were as far as health, your personal health was concerned. We know that they are monitoring the air quality there in the community, and according to officials, things are under control from that standpoint, or I would say, how do I want to word this? obviously they're concerned, right? They're concerned about what's going on, but as far as their readings are concerned, they're not seeing any reason to be alarmed at this hour, but they continue to pay attention to the air quality. We also heard from the sheriff. He talked about DPS also being on the ground and talking about how they've really been an asset to the community, because you think about this too, like a lot of the neighboring communities and firefighters, they're volunteer fire departments. You know, so to see so many people in the community respond, but also be so effective in how they not only contain this fire, but then how they work together to get this under control.
And one of the best things that we heard coming out of the news briefing that happened about, I would say, 20 minutes ago, maybe less than 20 minutes ago, is that the person who was injured in this, it sounds like he was operating a forklift. He is going to be okay and should be home with his family by the end of the day. So that was some really good news. At the time of this big fire here, there was 19 people who were at work already, because this happened earlier this morning around the 8 o'clock hour. And so it's just such a relief that we do know that the person who was injured and taken to Memorial Hermann Texas Medical Center, sounds like they are going to be okay and they're going to be able to come home. And it sounds like the first responders have a good handle on the fire that they're trying to get out. You can see from the images here how they're attacking this from up above. Drastically different than what we saw earlier this morning when this all initially happened, when all the smoke and all the flames were coming out of this site. Now things have calmed down, but they are still working to make sure that what is contained, but really make sure they have a handle on it and no other issues start up because of it. So several crews are on the ground attacking this fire, it looks like, from all angles, and they're going to continue to work to do that. And we also did learn from the media briefing that another media briefing will be happening around 4 o'clock. So we didn't learn a whole lot of new information when we heard from them just a bit ago. So hopefully they'll have some more details that they can share with us as far as, you know, how this fire even started. I'm sure there's going to be an investigation that goes into that, but I don't think we know that yet.
No, during the first, actually at both press conferences, the owner of the business, Mr. Hartfield, he was asked plainly, you know, how did this fire start? And he was very adamant about saying, look, this is a fluid situation. I can stand here and give you preliminary reports about how this may have happened, but all he would say is that it was some sort of a forklift incident. And from there, he said, I'm going to do everything. Actually, I wrote down a quote. He says, I'm going to say yes to everything. So whatever questions the community has, he's going to investigate and let them know exactly what took place. But for him, he was more concerned about his employee that was at the hospital. He wanted to thank law enforcement as well and the firefighters for all the work they did. But again, he was cautious about what information he put out there.
We do have crews on the ground here. They've been heading out there all day gathering information. I want to send it now out live to our reporter, Jade Fleury, with an update on what she's learned since being here and seeing this firsthand. Jade.
Yeah, Emergency Management Services tells us that the fire has been contained, but earlier today there were huge plumes of black smoke, and the Sound Resources says that 19 people were currently working when the incident happened. The more information that we have is that one person was injured and taken to Memorial Hermann. That person has first-degree burns to the face and second and third-degree burns to the arms. The president of Sound Resource Solutions says that the plant works with industrial chemicals and chemicals like diesel as well as other liquids. And they also bring in and ship out about 30 vehicles a day. They're going to have another press conference in the future, and we hope to get more information from that.
Can you bring our mic? Jade, can you hear us? It's Anthony and Caroline here on the anchor desk. Hi. Well, thanks so much for getting out there and gathering this information. Since we're not on air and we are on digital, we do have a little bit of freedom. Can you kind of tell us or explain to us where you're standing right now in comparison to where this fire happened? How close are you?
Yeah, we're about a half mile to a mile away from where the chemical plant is. This is as close as they will let us get. Right now, 59 is shut down and no other people can get here except for EMS, first responders, and the fire marshal.
What are you smelling in that area? I mean, can you smell that there was a massive fire there this morning? And how does the air look? It looks pretty clear where you are.
Yeah, surprisingly, there are no scents out here now, but residents did tell us that they smelled something earlier this week. As of now, there is no scent, but the air is a little bit hazy, probably from the smoke lingering around.
Now, you said you did talk with some residents who live in this area. What else are they saying? I mean, what did they hear when this fire started? Are they sheltering in place? Kind of what are they feeling at this point?
Yeah, when I talked to residents, they said that they kind of heard the explosion around 8 this morning. They also have pictures that they sent in to us of the giant plumes of smoke. They also said that they're trying to get some of the same answers that we're trying to get for the viewers.
Well, what about schools in that area? I bet you some of the people that you talked to maybe have had kids going to school. What have you heard about that?
Yeah, I did speak to one gas station worker who says her sister was working at the plant, but as soon as the fire broke out, she took off, she grabbed her kids, and she got them out of class.
That's so scary to deal with a massive fire with all that smoke, you know, in the area that you live in. How frightening for these people there. It'll be interesting to hear from them as we head on into our coverage at 5.
Yeah, Jade, where I know you say you're about a half a mile to a mile away, but can your photographer give us a pan of the scene? Are law enforcement or other officials, emergency officials at that site as well? I see the yellow caution tape.
Yeah, I'm going to step out of the picture so Matt can get a look. Over in the distance over there is where the incident happened. We still have fire trucks, first responders over here at the Exxon. They are just standing by trying to give us as much information as they can.
Okay, so that's the same gas station where the press conference was held earlier. Okay, that makes sense.
Yep.
All right, Jade, thank you so much. And Jade, you mentioned earlier that there was, while you were talking, I want to give you an update here just to make sure we both have the same line of communication. We just got word a little bit ago, too, that that smell you referenced, that some homeowners were saying they smelled chemicals just yesterday. According to emergency officials, they believe it may have been a truck driving through the community from San Jacinto to Onalaska over to Polk. So as of right now, they don't believe there's a connection between the smell yesterday and what took place here today. But as you can see, people in the community are still concerned. You know, as they're telling you, they're concerned. So we're going to continue to see if we can get some more details on that as well. But Jade, was there anything, you were there at the press conference, correct? That took place a little bit ago? What kind of stood out?
Yes, I was.
Yeah, what kind of stood out to you?
They gave us limited information, but they said that they checked the chemicals in the air to see if there was any problem with the air quality. Right now, they don't see anything wrong, but we do have other residents questioning that.
And you got to empathize with the residents too. That I can completely understand why they would be questioning that, especially when it comes to something like this. All right, Jade, thank you so much. We're going to continue to check in with Jade. We have Jade there on the ground. We also have Dominique Keith. We have Natalie He as well heading over to Memorial Hermann. But again, we have the split screen here. Now we're taking it full. This is a live look at the scene right now at Sound Resource Solutions. If you're just joining us here on Fox26Houston.com, we want to bring you up to speed on what took place. So around 8:17 here this morning, according to law enforcement, they first started to get these calls for some loud explosions that were taking place at Sound Resource Solutions. 8:17, and from there things really started moving quickly. We learned also that there was some sort of a forklift incident that took place. There was one employee that received varying degrees of burns from 1st degree to 3rd degree. We have this split screen for you right now, giving you a look at what took place earlier today on the right side of your screen, and then where we are currently on the left side of your screen. That employee was taken to to Memorial Herman, we received word that an employee will be home with his family today. So that is good news, certainly from there. Obviously, you look at the intensity of the fire, the thick black plumes of smoke just towering over the community. That then led law enforcement to shift their focus as well to the local schools and the community. Several schools were put in a shelter-in-place order, some of them, and we're working to get an update on that as well as we approach the 2 o'clock hour. But I know Goodridge, Livingston, Shepherd, Onalaska, just a couple of school districts that were put on a shelter-in-place order. There it is there on your screen. In fact, Goodridge ISD was evacuated to Onalaska, and Dible ISD also releasing all of their students. We're going to try to get an update on that because things might be fluid from that aspect as well, because we are approaching the 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock hour where obviously kids will be being released from school to head home. But on that front as well, there was a local private school in the area. Around 31 kids were evacuated. I believe that was Wildwood Private School. The 31 kids were evacuated thanks in part to not only law enforcement, but someone who lives nearby. We learned that that person basically let law enforcement drive their vehicles on their property, on their pasture, and gave them, the opportunity to bring these kids to safety. 31 kids at that local private school. If you live in the area, there was also a shelter in place. And when they first started, they really had a very wide range. They had about 5 miles or so of telling residents if you live about 5 miles in proximity to this facility, Sound Resource Solutions, they wanted you to shelter in place. And they really started to narrow that down. I believe right now it's about a mile, maybe 2. So that's a good sign as well as they continue to get some more information. As you want to take a look, if you're not familiar with Sound Resource Solutions, let's talk about what potentially is
so
there.
Basically the San Jacinto County Sheriff earlier today, now this is a fluid situation and this information can change. We were not updated on this, on exactly what was burning when we just had the media briefing a couple minutes ago. Maybe we'll get some more information at 4, but we were told by the San Jacinto County Sheriff that the president of Sound Resource Solution basically alluded that diesel was burning and some other chemicals may be burning as well. Obviously, when any chemical is burning, that is a concern. We don't know for sure yet. We're hoping to continue learning what exactly is burning in those thick clouds of smoke that we saw starting at about 8:17 this morning. But the counties were advising the residents to turn off their HVAC systems, obviously shut their windows. If you have any sort of breathing problem, that's probably still not a bad idea, even though Jade said that the air seemed to be okay out there right now. She wasn't smelling anything too bad, but just as precaution.
Again, we're not professionals when it comes to air quality, but we're just relaying what officials are saying.
Exactly. You might want to keep that in mind, especially if you have any breathing problems. But the areas around where this is happening, those areas are still shut down. Like, you cannot use FM 1127. It's shut down. They did say that they are letting residents out of the area if they need to get out, but there is a specific way that they have to go about leaving.
And you can't get back
area.
in. Once
you're out, you're out. You can't go back in. So it's still a dangerous situation, and it's definitely a concern for people in that area. But I do like the improvements that we're seeing. On the left side of your screen, you're seeing live Skyfox images. And on the right side of your screen, you're seeing what we captured earlier this morning after 8:20 in the morning, when loud explosions were heard and this fire broke out and these large plumes of smoke started billowing from this plant here. It's the Sound Resource Solutions, and they deal with a lot of chemical products and products that you might see in things that we would buy at the store, apparently. So obviously, when you're dealing with anything like that, this is a big concern, but we do have multiple crews on the ground right now, and they are gathering information, talking to residents in the area, talking to anyone that they can, and they will piece it all together for our 5 p.m. broadcast. And like we just talked to Jade Fleury now, she's working her story and just giving us an insight as to what's going on the ground right now. But definitely a multi-agency effort to get this under control and keep this area safe at this point. This has been going on since 8:17 in the morning.
And you know, a lot of people in this community this is dinner table conversation tonight for sure, and for many days and weeks to come, because this is not a big community. This is a small rural community, and according to the census, roughly 2,000 people live in that area. So the 40 people that work at this facility, obviously, presumably, they live in that community as well. At least some of them may live in or around those nearby communities, and for a lot of folks, this is certainly concerning. You can probably live in Shepherd, Texas all your life and have never seen anything like this. Sound Resource Solution, still relatively new to the area, really. 2014 is not that long ago. That's when they first opened up there in Shepherd, Texas. And, you know, I was taking a look at the EPA, some of their OSHA records, and they have, as far as I can tell, they've been a pretty pristine company. They haven't had any OSHA violations from what I've seen during my research earlier this morning. So this is someone who has brought a productive business to the community. This is a business that employs roughly 40 people. 19 of them were at work earlier this morning when this unfolded. Obviously, one of them injured in a forklift incident, but that person again in the hospital, and we're told should be back home with their family here tonight. But again, this is a small community, only roughly 2,000 people according to the census that live there. But as you look at what the scene now, really hats off, man, to everyone involved. You continue to see firefighters battle this from above. And I can't even say battle anymore. I think at this point, this is just even more precaution. They're spraying more chemicals around the perimeter to prevent anything else from happening.
Absolutely. And we do want to go back out to our reporter, Jade Fleury, who is on the scene. She's quite a ways away from where this is happening because it's obviously roped off for safety concerns, but she is close to where this is all happening. Jade, what have you learned?
Yeah, the fire has been contained for a while now, but this is after almost 4 hours of burning this morning. Earlier today, there was just a huge plume of smoke back here behind me. I'm going to let our photographer zoom in on kind of where the fire was taking place. We're about 1.5 miles away from the Sound Resource Solutions where the incident happened. Still standing by, we have EMS, we have fire trucks, we have the sheriff's department, all making sure that everyone is okay. The president of Sound Resource Solutions tells us that 19 people were working when that fire broke out. He also says that the plant works with industrial chemicals like diesel and other liquids, and he says that they bring in and out about 30 truckloads of materials a day. The San Jacinto County Office of Emergency Management is asking people within the 1 mile radius to shelter in place. That was to make sure that EMS and firefighters could get to the area. Officials also say that 31 children at a private school located on FM 1127 have been evacuated to the Shepherd ISD Administration Building. And there will be another press conference in a couple hours here. Hopefully we can answer some more of those questions that many residents have.
Yeah, Jade, it seriously is so crazy to look at these images and all the smoke that was coming. I see some people walking around. People are able to use this gas station, which you're stationed at, for the media briefing and where pretty much all the media is waiting for more information. The public is allowed to go in there and use that gas station?
Yeah, the gas station is open, but the Jack in the Box attached to the gas station has been shut down. One of the gas stations, we actually went in there and talked to one of the cashiers who says that her sister works at the plant, and as soon as the fire broke out, she took off. She went to go grab her kids out of school and make sure that everyone was safe.
It's just a crazy scene, and it's good to know that they do have a handle on it, and the person who was injured does sound like he's going to be okay. But as far as we know, US 59 has been shut down for hours and traffic is being diverted. Jade, thank you for that update. We are looking now again at these live Skyfox images. You can see, I mean, it's been since the whole time I've been watching as the big ladder truck has been attacking this scene from above. This has been going on like this since I started watching this live stream. So they are still hitting that area with water or whatever they use to put out these flames. And you can see, okay, that ladder truck is Okay, it is foam. It is foam that is able to, I guess, make sure that this fire doesn't start up again or if there's any hot spots. I see one ladder truck spraying the foam right now. Oh, and then there's another one to the left if you look. So that's 2 ladder trucks spraying this foam to make sure that there's no hot spots, but it's definitely a different looking scene than it was this morning. But as I was saying, US 59 is closed in this area and it has been shut down. And according to DPS, the northbound traffic is being diverted off the highway at State Loop 422, and then southbound traffic is being diverted off the highway at US 190. Do we have an update on if or when those roads are reopening?
No, I mean, and as you look at the video too, like 59 is the only way pretty much in or out.
Yeah.
So if 59 is shut down and you're not at home right now, maybe you can find a friend or someone nearby, because we are expecting another update from officials at 4 o'clock, but who's to say that that shelter in place order still won't be in effect and you guys still can't get home. So if you have the means, certainly a good idea to reach out to someone, maybe find somewhere to stay and avoid this area, really let law enforcement do what they need to. As word continues to spread about what unfolded here in this very small community, we're starting to see political leaders in the state of Texas chime in and offer their feedback as well. I want to read a quick tweet here from Senator Ted Cruz. He says, "My team and I are closely monitoring the ongoing situation in San Jacinto County after an explosion at a chemical plant in Shepherd. Please heed the advisement of local officials and stay tuned to local news for updates. Make sure you follow the San Jacinto County Office of Emergency Management, because they too have been really responsive to us as well." He's also advising people to follow the Tex.Lufkin District Public Information Officer as well. And those are just some of the departments we have been in close communication with here this morning, really giving us the information to relay to you as best as possible. Just 43 minutes ago, as we continue to talk about US 59 being closed from Shepherd to US 190 in Livingston, motorists are also being asked to be patient and expect delays as traffic is going to be detoured onto US 190. Tex.Crews crews are assisting law enforcement with the traffic, but again, a scene this big will have implications in other areas. Yes, the chemical explosion happened at the plant, but then as you can see, it impacted traffic in the area. It impacted schools for the kids. It impacted the community with residents living there. So this is a very large, concerning situation that thankfully, as we take a live look over the scene now, is contained. But man, if you were watching this play out this morning, I know just as a viewer, as a member of the community as well, not only just working here at Fox 26, it was concerning.
It was, and as you just mentioned, TxDOT did confirm just a bit ago on Twitter that US 59 continues to be closed from Shepherd to US 190 in Livingston, and drivers are asked to go another way. There is a detour onto US 190, so if you are in this area, just expect that you're not going to be able to get through. These roads are shut down, and we will alert you as soon as they reopen. But, you know, it's been so long now, I thought, wait, did anything change? But no, it's still shut down.
And it's going to be like this, presumably, for several hours. We really want to make sure that we give the firefighters and everyone the room they need to do what's necessary, because we want to make sure everyone's safe. Again, they gave us 2 updates here so far today. The most recent one coming at 1 o'clock. We are expecting another update at 4. We continue to, and control room, let me know otherwise, but we continue to pay attention to our school districts as well, because the kids were impacted. I mean, could you imagine being in school and then you're starting to, you know, if you were at that private school that was evacuated, I mean, that was very frightening for those kids as well, being that they had to be evacuated because this fire was taking place. So let me know if we've heard any new updates from several school districts. But if you can pull up that full screen one more time, I just want to give you guys an update on the status of the local school districts. If anything has changed, I'll let you know. But in the beginning, Goodrich ISD was evacuated to Onalaska ISD.
And that's actually where we're going to go to Abigail Dye. She's at Onalaska, one of the schools there, and you have an update from what you're seeing in this area as this was all happening during prime time hours when people are heading on into school or already at school. Abigail.
And I mean, you can imagine just how scary that is as a parent to get a call like that. Hey, we're evacuating school today. You need to come. Can't even imagine that. But yeah, I'm here at the junior senior high school of Onalaska. If you don't know where Onalaska is, it's about 25 miles north of Shepherd, probably about 20 to 25 miles away from where this explosion happened. And this is where all the Goodrich ISD students have come to be picked up by their parents. Schools. They have all of the students over here, and they did it out of an abundance of caution. Again, I mean, you can only imagine how scary that is as a parent. We know that a lot of the chemicals stored in this plant were toxic in nature. They have toxicity. We have heard from air officials recently that there aren't any chemicals in the air. I'm sure we'll learn more about that in a few hours when they have another press conference. But for anyone with a child in that area, anyone with a child or loved one, anyone in that area, especially those who have asthma or respiratory issues, you can imagine just how scary that is. So we just got here 5 to 10 minutes ago, and we haven't spoken to any parents or administration. We are told that there are several children that still need to be picked up here. So the administration is waiting for those parents to come through. And the other school that was evacuated was the Willwood private school. They had a lot less students than a big ISD like Goodrich did. And we know that the Livingston ISD, Leggett ISD, Corrigan Camden ISD are all sheltering in place at this time. And we know that everyone in Shepherd ISD is considered safe. They don't have a shelter in place or an evacuation issued at this point. And we also know that Diebold ISD released all of their students. So they asked parents to come pick up their students. They got out of school early. They didn't have a shelter in place put in order at the time. They were just doing that out of an abundance of caution. So like I said, we haven't spoken to any parents here yet, but we are out here. It's very quiet, very calm. Like I said, about 25 miles away from where all of this is happening. So everyone out here is safe. But of course, if you do have a student, please come pick them up, and we'll stay out here. We'll look for any updates, and we'll try to talk to some parents about just how scary this time has been.
All right, Abigail, thank you so much. And man, this has been a very fluid situation.
Yeah, it's been terrifying, and we're glad that at least only one person was injured, and they are looking like they're going to be okay. But to wrap things up right now, we do want to go back to the press conference that happened just under an hour ago so you can get the most up-to-date information that we learned.
Good morning. My name is Emmett Elger with San Jacinto County Office of Emergency Management. About 8:17 a.m. this morning, we had calls come in for a possible explosion at Sound Resource Solutions. One individual was sent to the hospital with burns in a stable condition. Fire operations are currently ongoing. Polk County has issued a shelter in place north of the Trinity River and also the city of Livingston. Right now, Sheriff Greg Capers with the Sheriff's Office is going to speak.
Yes, my name is Greg Capers, Sheriff here in San Jacinto County. I'm just going to reiterate what Emmett had just told y'all. At 8:17, we got the first call of a fire explosion in the 731 block of FM 1127 here in Shepherd, Texas. We do have the president of Sound Resource Solutions here with us. He'll talk in just a second. But we had an opportunity to talk with him very briefly this morning, and he'll finish it up. But it was just flammable liquids. It was told us that it was diesel, maybe some turpentine, and other chemicals that he'll talk to y'all about here in just a second. We did have a private school, and the original report that I am being told got out to the media that there were 60 children that were in that school down that 1127. That is not good information. There was 31 children. We went down there, we evacuated all 31 children. We took them to Shepherd Administration Building at the high school, and are releasing those to their parents at this time. We had to evacuate them through a pasture. A man owns a large piece of property over there, and they were gracious enough to open the gates and allow these vehicles to traverse his land. That school is Wildwood Private School, and we had them all out of there by 9:15 a.m. There was one employee injured with burns, minor burns to his body is what I am being told at this time. And on location at the time, it was originally put out that there were 37 employees, but that's the total number of employees that they have. Only 19 of those employees were actually at work at that time. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Harfield. I'm the president of Sound Resource Solutions, and we don't have an official statement. We're going to send something out after we get investigations done. We have preliminary investigations done on what initially happened, but we want to verify everything. The last thing we need is a bunch of misinformation. We've been a part of the community since 2014. We employ almost 40 people, and our biggest focus right now, and what we're grateful for, is that every one of those people are going to be home eating dinner with their family tonight. We do have one employee that got hurt. He's being treated for minor burns at Memorial, so he's in good hands. He's being taken care of well, and that's really our biggest focus. The other thing, I'm here as a resource, but really the first responders have done an amazing job getting everything organized. They've been very cautious. They've made sure that everyone is safe. We've been overly cautious about the situation. We do oil-filled chemicals, we do paint and coatings chemicals, hazardous materials, yes, but it's the type of material you probably have under your kitchen sink. It's not to be taken lightly. Obviously, from what you see behind us, it's not to be taken lightly, but we've been doing it well for a long time, and we've always just wanted to be a positive part of the community. And moving forward, we're going to do everything that we can to make sure that anyone who has questions, anyone who wants to know what happened, what's going on, we want to be open. We've been here a long time. We plan on rebuilding. We plan on being a positive part of the community for a very long time.
I was going to say, when you look at this fire, there's certainly an impact on your business. You plan to...
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Once you assess
no,
what damage was done?
We work in a dangerous environment, but they're well-trained people. Everyone knows what they're doing. These are good jobs. We're going to make sure that we come back as fast as we can. There's process now. There's process now. I'm not worried about the business. All my people went home, and that's all I care about.
What kind of volume are we talking about? It seems like there's an awful lot of that's still burning, and it's been going on for a long time.
We're a large manufacturer, sir. We bring in 30 truckloads of raw materials a day, and we ship out 30 truckloads every single day of finished goods. We do a lot of work. A lot of good people do good work. And so, yeah, it's a large operation.
Again, storage tanks on site, that kind of stuff?
Tankers, and then storage raw goods. No storage tanks. So I'm sure that we'll learn more about what the ultimate, the final ending point is, but it's just going to be a beginning as far as we're concerned. We're going to be open. We're welcome. We're open to whatever questions you guys have. We want people to ask questions. We want people to get good information and know that you want people like us doing this type of work. I know it doesn't look like it today, but you do.
Do you all have any update on shelter in place? I know there's a 1 mile shelter in place.
I don't. I trust these guys 100%.
Yeah,
every single person that I've spoken to, 100 people this morning, they're good people. You got good people working and making sure that everybody is safe here. And at the end of the day, as long as everyone's okay, the rest will be fixed. We can fix the rest.
Does the Office of Emergency Management have any updates on shelter in place? Thank you.
So the shelter in place, part of it was placed due to fire crews and emergency personnel needing to get in the location. The other stuff is due to the smoke plume. More information will be coming out later. We'll be having another press conference at 1 p.m. As right now, we're not going to answer any questions. So at 1 p.m. we'll be back here. Thank y'all and have a nice day.
Would you be able to tell us at least what is the plan for fighting? Is this burning it out, or are you guys going to get?
Once again, that will be discussed at 1 p.m. Thank y'all. Y'all have a good day.
And that was the first press conference that took place. And at that time, earlier this morning, you can actually see in the press conference the plumes of smoke even behind them when they were doing that press conference. We had another update at 1 o'clock, and we're waiting for another one coming up here this afternoon at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, we will keep you updated on our website. In the meantime, fox26houston.com. Make sure to follow us along there, and we'll be back live on air when the next media briefing begins around 4 o'clock. And then, of course, for our regularly scheduled broadcast at 5 p.m., followed by the News Edge at 6. Thanks so much for sticking with us here on Digital. We appreciate it.
To allow for their safe passage, and that's what we're trying to get.